Well, hello there. This is stream number 227. Apparently, I never know the number until I look at my notes and say, okay, yep, the next number is 227. All right, today's going to be a bug fixing day. So, according to the stream panels below now, Monday is new game content. Tuesday is bug fixing. Hold on, let me fix my mic. Wednesday is new feature development, new mechanics, that kind of thing. Thursday is refactoring, and Friday is for user interface, graphics, and sound. So let's see how this goes. This is the second day where I've been using this kind of allocation of days system. And my mic doesn't want to be like sitting where I want it to be. Hey. Hold on. Lift it up that way. All right, that's better. Okay, so yesterday was pretty eventful, I thought. And by the way, hi Nui. Here at 10:01 my time. Yeah, yesterday was interesting to say the least. So I did get a bunch of new game content in there. I have the new starter zone. The NPCs are sort of solidified there. There's one thing I noticed that Bill actually walked through that door and is now in the starter town somewhere. Or is he in the sewers? Lost. He was wandering around here. I think he made it into the starter town. He's wandering around. Yeah, there he is. So I'm not sure what to do with Bill. Maybe we'll make a cage for Bill or something. Or maybe he'll transform into something less dangerous, not a tiger. I don't know. Letting him wander around in the town for now. Anyway, today's going to be focusing on bugs. So what I did is I went through the issues list and collected together a good number of bugs that I think are not too difficult, that would take like more than half an hour each. Some of these a lot less than half an hour, so we'll see how this goes. These are more or less ordered in order of how they were entered in. Actually, if I just do that, then they are in order of how they were entered. And these numbers are referring to the issues list, which is in GitHub. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Just a second. Yeah, thank you. Or excuse me. Anyway, strange display issue with tiles that get painted while in the view of the camera. So that's evident if I just were to paint water over. Actually, if I take that one of these water tiles and try to paint dirt over it, watch what happens. It briefly flickered dirt and then went back to water. And if I move the camera right off and then back on, then it fixes it. The reciprocal error is if you had land and you painted water on top, what happens is you get water, but it's not animating. So it has something to do with the tile set stuff on the front end. So we're going to look at that first. So yeah, let's get right into it. Let me try to reproduce this in the local test environment where I have a little bit more control. I can test stuff because I think it's going to be some change to the back end required for this. So some other thing, right? If I take a dirt tile and paste it there and then put water back. Yeah, exactly. So there's something wrong with that. Let's take a look at what the messages are here. Net to work. So the GM has actually 3 connections to the game, one to each server. So we have to find the one that's being used to transmit the tile set information. It's not that one, or is it? I don't think it's that one. You don't see tile set. How about here? Nope. This one. This one, yes. Because there's a whole bunch of these move sprites. Okay. Let's actually move to a zone that isn't so active. Secret Island. Or Lonely Island. Here we go. Lonely Island. It's lonely for a reason. There are a fewer messages. So here's the original. Actually, it's way off the screen. We make it smaller. Actually, is chat working? Hold on. Okay, it is. Interesting. The overlay didn't show when I said hello to Nui. Let's try again. Oh, wait a minute. That's because I did it before I started streaming. Okay, well, let's do it again. Hi. Make it official. Okay, yeah, so here's the first message where we get information about what to draw, and then the one before that it actually is shows what the sprites are, what tile for each one, the depth, the which entity ID corresponds to it, and then which tile within which tile set. So 47 being the background, and then tile 2 being a ground tile. So somewhere in the original painting was a ground tile. Hey there, Prof Elements. Oh, I got a hello squared from Nui. Awesome. Yeah, so when I teleported there to the Lonely Island, we probably would have gotten, yeah, here we go, another sprites command, right? And there are not as many this time. There are only 32 sprites in this view, and they're all from tile set 47, the background tile set. So let's see what happens when I paint something on top here. So if I take this and paint it on top, I get a move sprite, which is interesting. Why would I get a move sprite? Why does it say move? It didn't move anywhere. And that is the entity, 3174, right? And then there's an update sprite to change the tile to 4, which is ground, and then another move. Interesting. So does that happen when there's a new tile? Let me paint a new tile. No, a new tile is just add sprite, and if I remove it, I get a remove sprite. Okay, so it has something to do with update sprite then. So update sprite probably is broken. So if I let's have it. When it brings it back into field, you get a sprite shift with the new sprites, and then that coordinates right there, -2 is was it -2? Oh, these coordinates are local to the display, so it would be -9, -2, right? Is tile, no, -9, 2. This is tile 4, right? So this is what causes it to sort of start over again. And I just painted one and deleted it, but that's okay. I'm going to paint over that and see what I get now. I get, yeah, I'm getting this move sprite for some reason. Move, update, and then a move. What happens if I paint on top of it again? Same thing, 3 messages. So these 2 messages are redundant. I have to find out why getting 2 different moves, and then why update doesn't paint correctly. This is probably unrelated. This should do nothing. So let me just enter that as a new issue, and I'll handle that later. Try to stick to the plan today. So here's where I keep the issues. I'm going to add a new one. Extra move sprite messages sent when GM paints over a tile. And this is going to be a bug. I'll work on it later because it's not critical here. I think the problem is in the update sprite. Hey there, Morpheus Zero. Moo moo! My friends on World of Warcraft, they greet me with a moo. Alright, let's find out. Let's find out what's going on with update sprite. Update sprite. First search of the day is going to take a while, I think. All right. Probably on the JS side, right? On update sprite. Reflect sprite updated. All right, and that comes back here. If the stage doesn't have the tile, which it does, so it won't return, it's going to get the tile information. Sprite label special tile health bar. If there is no health bar label, what's this? It's HBL. What is HBL? Oh, is that health bar level, health bar max? So if there's no health bar level, but there is a health bar sprite, we destroy it. Otherwise, if there is a health bar label, if there's a sprite already, we update it. Otherwise, we make a new one. So this I think is working. If there's a tile, then set its texture. Here's probably where we're going wrong, right? So tile set, tile, stage, and sprite. Okay. Hey there. Playing with skizzers? What's past Raimu mean? Hello? Why am I past Raimu? I'm not sure what you mean, skizzers. What'd I do wrong? Let's see. Set sprite texture. I always get Monka S when oh, I see. Yeah. Past Raimu made a bad name. HBL. I think it's because I was trying to abbreviate it in the transport, and I was just lazy, I think. Yeah, I just reflect the message as is. I can clean that up now. The price of not understanding what a name means is maybe I fix it here. I can do it this way. That message will pull apart and then have health bar level is message.hbl, and then health bar max is message.hbm. Then I can go, whoop. It didn't pin that file, that's why. Okay, and then I can go here and just change that symbol to health bar level, and then change this one to health bar max. And I just have to make sure I update health bar level. Yeah, it has the same symbol. Health bar max and health bar level. And I can read it again, right? There. And make health bar, same deal. Health bar level, health bar max. And just make sure I didn't break it. So to do that, I need to make an incognito window, log in as a normal user, and attack something. Let's see if the health bars are broken. Yes, current Raimu does better. Okay, so I messed up the health bar level, looks like. It looks okay. What happened here? Do I have an HBL I didn't replace? Oh, wait a minute. This thing maybe. No, that's correct. HBL. Oh, I do have one. Yep, this is wrong. Okay. Health. Oh, I didn't do the replace correctly. Health bar level. And then health bar max. And then I gotta look for where reflect sprite added is called. Do the same thing. This message HBL and health bar max is message.hb max. No. I should just search for HBL. Yeah, there's a couple more places. No, those are the where it's interpreted. Okay, so I did get them right. So what happened? Maybe it was a mistake to go down this road. Or maybe I am out of health. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what it is. It's on reload. Yeah, let me get damaged. There, and then let me reload now. Yeah, okay, so it's on reflect sprites. Yes. So this has to be adjusted slightly. So that sprite, it has encoded information in it. Health bar level is sprite HBL. Health bar max sprite HBM. Cool. Where did that orc go? I want to finish. We have unfinished business. There we are. Die. Okay. Ooh. Got some chickens. Nice. All right. Cool. Back to what I was doing before. So that's oh, I reloaded. Okay, so I gotta go back to the Lonely Island. Okay, here we go. Let's recreate this problem again. Okay, so painting. Paint ground over water. And it's update sprite. Yeah. In fact, this is the right one, right? So reflect sprite updated. Set sprite texture. I think the problem is in here. So it looks up the text, the tile set, and sets it. Oh, that's right. It's setting the texture, but then there's the animation system that's active, right? So it sets it for one frame, and then probably it messes up from then on. So I need to see how the animation frame. Let's put a bookmark here. Clear out any old bookmarks I might have. I have breakpoints too. Okay. No more bookmarks are set. So where do I do the animation? That's like phaser update. Yes. So this ends up calling that based off of the tile set and tile stored in the tile itself. Maybe that's I'm not updating that. Let's go back to where this was called in the first place. That was here. Okay. When it's updated, we get some stuff out of the tile info. I think I see what's going on. This is only setting the texture on the sprite. It's not storing the new tile set and tile back into the tile info like it should. Where's the tile info created? That would be reflect sprite added, right? Yeah. So we do this set here. Or actually there's an object. We can update the object, right? The object that we get from the tiles. Bookmark. Yeah, this tile info. Okay, so yeah. I think that's an object and it's held by reference in here, so I think if I just modify it, it should work, right? I say, well, it should be in set tiles, set sprite texture, right? Set sprite texture is not given the tile info object. This one sets it directly after constructing it here. This one does not. Okay, I think that's what it is. This has to actually update it. Yeah. So is it just as easy as this, I think? tile info dot tile set equals tile set ts. Tile info dot tile equals tile, I think. Hey there, Resubaka. Let's see if I fixed this bug. Let's go to Lonely Island again. Probably don't need to see the network, do I? And then I'm going to paint over this with water. Oh, look, I think I fixed it. Cool. One bug fixed. One down, and that took 23 minutes, but I did take a couple detours to talk and to fix the naming problem. And I think I will try to stick to a convention where I record the GitHub ticket issue numbers that I fixed. So that was 108, fix bug number 108. And then I'll include the where should I put that in the, if I put it in the subject line, it's probably too long. Fix bug that, and let me do that. This bug was caused, I like to put the root cause in. This is caused by not updating the tile info object that is held in the stage dot, what is it? Back to the editor. Stage dot tiles map in the front end. All right. Stage. Actually, not that. This is all the other commit, right? The one we did while we were looking at the names. So it's these two lines really is the bug fix. Stage those two lines. Yep. Okay, commit that, and then this is an unrelated change. This is improve the names used for health bar variables. There we go. Mr. Sir, how are you doing? CM Griffing. By the way, guys, you know something? You should check out CM Griffing's channel. This overlay here is called Stream Parent. It's made by CM Griffing. Also, there's this awesome emote. It's like pretty much the best emote on Twitch, the Mr. Sir emote, which you can get exclusively by subscribing to CM Griffing's channel. How are you doing, Mr. Sir? I'm doing bug fixing today. So I don't know, Chris, if you saw, but like in the stream panels below, I updated them so that now I have a different focus for each day. So yesterday was new game features or new game content. Today is bug fixing. Tomorrow is new mechanics and features. Thursday refactoring. Friday user interface, sound, and graphics. So yesterday was quite eventful because we got trolled, we got hacked, and I had to ban someone, which they all might have been related. But I'm not supposed to talk about that because that just encourages them. But I have a few more things in place should it happen again. Hey there, Toulouse. Yeah, yesterday was quite stressful. I haven't had to deal with that in a while. I've actually never, this is the first time someone actually actively attacked my game. So I learned a few things from that. It's better that it happens now than later, you know? So that's what I keep telling myself. So yeah, just working on bugs today. These are from my GitHub, which anyone's free to add to or comment on. Anything you find in the game, whether it's a bug or a feature request that you'd like to see or a suggestion, you can file it in there. I went through there and I collected the bugs. Most of them actually, I think I can do within like 30 minutes or less, and so I just collected them all to fill 4 hours. Yeah, let's find those security problems now before it gets to be bigger, and then, you know, better to find it now when it's small, right? Player appears to be in the dialogue when they aren't, so I can reproduce this pretty easily. I know exactly how to do this. I would go talk to someone, so I need to find the player. By the way, I can unmask this guy now. I had this character masked to test that he couldn't chat anymore. So he can't chat. We tested that, so I can unmask him now. And now I can chat again. Phew! I can chat again. Thank you, Mr. GM. And then I actually fixed this post stream yesterday too. You're welcome. I broke that yesterday and I fixed it last night. Okay, let's talk to Bob. The problem is if we're talking to Bob and then I cause a disconnection or, excuse me, hold on a second. A frog in my throat. If I cause a disconnection between this client and the server and has to reconnect, it will think it's in a dialogue when it's not. So the easiest way is probably to bounce the server. And yeah, so let me do that. Snapshot and then bounce the server. So in the meantime, the front end actually goes to this screen as it's trying to reestablish a connection, which I've been thinking maybe it shouldn't do. Maybe it should show the world view and just show the indication like that we've temporarily lost our connection. Hey, there's Software with Writer. Better now than later, yeah. Exactly, almost an inadvertent favor. That's the positive way to look at it, right? And how are you doing? People pay good money for penetration testing. Got some for free. Exactly. So it comes back and it still is in this mode where it's waiting for a response to the dialogue. But actually saying something gets you out of it, interestingly enough. But I'd like for it to not show that we're still in the dialogue when we're clearly not. Bob walked away because restarting the server or restarting the connection at all actually breaks any dialogue that you're in. So Bob just said, okay, you don't want to talk to me anymore, so he walked away, but the front end still thought we were. I think that's an easy enough fix in that on disconnection, on any kind of disconnection or connection, I guess, we can clear any kind of dialogue context we're in. It's always scary to deal with that stuff in flight. Yeah, it was. Especially when I lost all connection to the thing. So I have a script in place now that I can run it and it will basically stop any other incoming connections except for from me. And then I should be able to at least, if it is a DOS, I can at least go in and look at the log and see if it was just a overload of connections or whatever it was, right? And then I can still work. That's the thing that bothered me yesterday is I just wanted to work on the game, right? I was working on adding this new starter zone, you know, this little starter town, and then underneath it we have the sewers where I have these slimes, and I was just working on that, and then I got attacked. I'm like, I have no time for this. I'd rather just work on content. So I have a script now I can run that will basically shut down everyone's access to the game except for me, and then I can just continue working, and I can say, well, sorry, we're under attack, but I'd rather work on adding game content now. I'm going to continue doing that. Sorry that you all can't access it. It's the troll's fault, and when they go away, we can turn it back on, and you can play again. That kind of thing. Until I figure out more aggressive countermeasures, right? And I'm talking to people about that, of course. In fact, if anyone has ideas about countermeasures, they're more than welcome to let me know about either in chat or in Discord or in the issues link I spammed earlier. I say the word spam, but I didn't do it more than once, so it's technically not spam, right? All right. First, let me refresh my memory on what it means to be in the dialogue context. I think, if I remember right, it has to do with what's in my Redux state. Actually, is it Redux or is it Redux? I guess it's Redux. Session, I think it's this input context is the key one. If I talk to him, I'm now in the dialogue input context, dialogue text input context, right? I think that's the key. We want to reset the input context back to actions when we get a new connection. Now, how do we know we're connected or not? It's not going to be configuration. I think this is used for the admin, actually. That's why it's null. And yeah, I'm okay showing the state in here because it's a local test environment. There's no secret keys in here. I don't want to do I don't want to do this in the real production environment because somewhere here is my login token. Actually, no, it's not here, is it? It's in my local storage. It's not in Redux state. So technically, it's okay to show this. Is chat disconnecting and reconnecting a lot for anyone else? Not for me. But yeah, it's happened. Not yesterday, but the other day. Yeah. Hey there, Adrian Hall. Sorry. How are you doing? There's that Hearthstone cheers I hardly ever see get used. It's actually kind of a nice emote. Makes me wish it wasn't the morning so I could drink a beer. All right. Connection is where? How do we know we're connected? I thought it was in session here. What happens if we lose our connection? I like to do this cleanly by doing a snapshot and then that. So what is it in now? It's got to be here somewhere. Is its current activity logging in? Right, because the connection status is not actually in Redux, is it? But we can use the activity as a key, right? Because when we log back in, the activity changes to logged in. That's maybe the best place to do it. So when we transition to the current activity being playing, we could reinitialize the input context. That'd probably fix it the easiest. Let me find where that's done. That's going to be in a reducer. In fact, it's going to be the stage reducer. The stage reducer is where we store the activity. Current activity. Right, login complete. Here we go. So I use login complete in the profile middleware to... Okay, we set the active panel to character fetch stuff. Okay, so here's the best thing we can do right here, right? We can pick right here to reset the input context. That's what I'll do. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Oh, thank you for your support, Rally Monkey. 11 months. Only one more month and we'll be a full year. Has it really been that long? Oh, is it Opera? I haven't used Opera in so long I can't even remember the last time I used Opera. I know that there are some bugs in my game with Opera, not displaying things right. There are actually also a few irritating ones in Safari that I noticed whenever I'm developing on my MacBook. There's some CSS issues I see in Safari that have been annoying me. Use it for streaming. Oh, okay. Interesting. But I just need to find out. Let's put a bookmark here, because I just need to find out what is the name of the action that I dispatch in order to clear the input context. It would be whenever we hit escape, right? I look for escape. That's in the C++. Really? No, is it ESC? I'm surprised. It's going through Lua. I don't really need it to do that. Let's have it ignore Lua. All right. Game dialog escape. What does that do? It sends that to the game. Is it that when the game comes back and says you left the dialogue? So that would be a server message. Like dialogue exit. Yeah, on dialogue exit. Reflect dialogue exit. Fair enough. Here we go. Set input context actions. That's what I want. I also want that too. If we're in the game dialogue state, right? Actually, what is that sub initialized to? Null. Okay, actually that could be dangerous. I don't want it to set it to null. This should really only do it if it's not null. And actually that might already be done. Let me look for that. Select chat tab. I guess I gotta look for that in all caps. There we go. Okay, it does a find, and only if it finds it. Okay, so it's actually safe to set past null. Because if it can't find that tab, it does nothing. So maybe what I want to do is just issue that reflect dialog exited. That would be easiest, right? So let me go back to where I... Oops. Go back here and I'll just say dispatch actions reflect dialog exited. And there's no arguments I need. So let's test that. Alrighty. We have to enter a dialog and then reset the server and see that we're no longer in the dialog. So we're in the dialog text input context right now, right? And then I snapshot and stop the cluster. Start it again. Oh, you use it for streaming YouTube so you don't leak anything personal. That's what I use Chrome for. Like Chrome, that's why I use Chrome on my stream. Not only does the dev tool is pretty cool, but also I don't use it for my non-stream browsing, and so it doesn't leak anything if I search with Chrome. I had trouble before where I used Firefox to search, and then like it just leaks. It leaks when you're typing stuff into the search bar. It shows your previous search things, you know, and I hate that. I use Chrome for that. Hey there, Clay Man. It's the man made out of clay. IE is also different in that it is a demon sent to rob you of your youth and hairline. I can believe that. The differences between browsers are getting less and less, right? Especially like some browsers are actually covertly just a skinned version of some other browser, right? Isn't Edge supposed to be just Chromium with its own skin now? I don't know. That's what I thought. I heard. This is another bug, by the way, that I don't know if I'll get to today, but it should only affect the GM and also if there's a leadership change in the cluster, which I kind of want to avoid anyway. Anyway, okay, so we no longer were in that dialog input context. So all is well. I should probably also test what happens when we're not in a dialog and we do the reflect dialog exited. So let's do the same thing. Snapshot, stop, and start. And really one I want to watch is this one. Yeah, everything worked as intended, Clayman. We intended to see all of that green glitch stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it's receiving a new bunch of tile sets and it's not refreshing some cache internally. Okay, so it didn't break anything. So we're good. It's actually the matrix, yeah. You didn't know that? I can see what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna declare this bug fixed. Move on to the next. So that was again about 20-something minutes, or maybe 18 minutes. And it was just a one-liner. See, the hardest bugs are one character or one line. Fix bug number what? 111. And it's this fix bug that. The problem was that if the player was in a dialog and then disconnects upon reconnection and login, the input state was still dialog related. The solution is to always reflect that we have exited any dialogue we might have been in. This is always to on login always or just not always I need to slow down with my words. I'm like tripping over my own words. The solution is to, on login, reflect that we have exited any dialogue we might have been in. Awesome. I try to do a little bit more typing in the git commit if it's a bug fix, so that I can go back and see what was that bug and what caused it. You, for one, welcome our new 2D Ultimus inspired graphics overlords. Do you think that's Bob you're stomping? Could be. You mean the guy that was up here moving around? It's probably one of these orcs, actually. So some tile sets load correctly, like the avatar tile set. It's these other ones that aren't loading right. What it is that's some kind of replacement glyph that Phaser draws if the graphics have been unloaded. I think that's what's happening. The graphics are unloaded and it didn't reload the correct graphics. So of course the fix for that is just to reload right now. It takes a little bit longer for the GM to load because it's 3 connections instead of 1. Oh, do you think that's air you're breathing? Do you think that that's Bob you're stomping? I get it now. Sorry I'm so slow on the uptake on some of these jokes. That gold sitting there was another bug. I wanted to keep that gold there. Actually, one of these orcs stepping on it should destroy the gold now that I think about it. Orc, would you be so kind as to demonstrate for me by stepping on the gold? You probably won't, but... RNG. If I stand over here and encourage him to move right now. 1 out of 3 chance. You can do it. No, he moved up. Move down. Okay, now move right. No! Not left, right. Not... Let's just pick him up and drop him on top. Oh, he might actually step on it. If I can encourage him to step on it by drawing, it's just... Oh, he's right where I want him to be. There we go. Now step on the gold, please, sir. Clean up around while we're at it. He doesn't want to step... Oh, no, he stepped on it. Oh, he did not destroy it. Interesting. I thought I had the game system still in there to destroy items you step on. I'll have to go revisit that. That's another bug. I think I'm going to get to that today later. I don't see it on the list, but... Oh well, I know it's a bug somewhere in there. Or I might have shown it as a feature enhancement, or I don't know, whatever. Anyway, let's move on. Open door and wall is not accessible. Yeah, so let's demonstrate that. Do I have the tile set for that? I can demonstrate it with the bridge, actually. So if I like actually put a bridge, if I make that water, for example, let's put it here. Well, that teleporter is going to get in the way. Actually, I can move it, right? I can move that teleporter around. Move it to there. Oh, and that's another bug. Do I have that on the list? I don't think I do. Let me add that. I keep forgetting to log all my bugs. So this is definitely a bug where when a tile with a trigger, let's write it in here. Trigger or other special attribute that causes the GM camera to show a special tile glyph, rotating glyph marker, is moved, the glyph marker disappears. So this would be like bug in tracking special tiles in GM camera. Okay. The workaround is to leave and come back to the spot, or is to move the camera away and then back. Right. Logged. Anyway, I'm gonna put water here because I want to paint a bridge over it. So the bridge here is accessible by land. Actually, let's say it's accessible by land or water. It's really, that's what I intended it to be. And we'll put it on top. So I will, I don't have a quick way to draw on top. If I just draw, it replaces the water. So instead, I'm going to put one over here, put this back to water, take this tile and change its depth to 1 so it won't overwrite the other, and then move it on top of the water. So the bug right now is that I will not be able to cross the bridge. I'm blocked. The intent was that, sure, the water underneath has a accessibility of 2, like you have to have water, be able to traverse over water, but on top of that is a bridge. So the code should like say if any tile, the player can access any of the tiles there, then it should be able to move on top of it. Not that it has to be able to access all of them, but any. So that's a bug in the movement system, right? And that is in C++. I need to have a unit test for that. Movement, here we go. So let's add a movement test. This one is going to be bridge, bridge over water is accessible. So I need to set up a bridge, a water, a player, and then have the player try to move on top of the water. Movement is done by setting up this input component to have a. Actually, let me just find a unit test that demonstrates movement. I did not hit the right key sequence there. Control K, Control 0. Okay, yeah. Right, so this sets up an input D is east or right. From starting at 0, 0, and at 0, 1, 0, we put water, and we verified that it turned off the movement and did not actually move. Whereas this test where movement is allowed on water, it changed the position. So I kind of want this test, only a little bit different. And I was having fun before and naming the variables after viewers. Do I want to do that? We could say this is Clayman instead of Balrog. Because why not, right? And to protect the innocent, I won't use the actual name. I'll modify the name slightly. How about that? All right. So there is a tile set with, okay, we need to have 2 tiles. Access 1 and access 2, right? And we'll put basically those 2 on top of each other. You're on TV. Well, you're also up there. I forget why I had an update there, but yeah. Clear feedback, create water. So right, there's a water, and okay, let's actually reverse these. So water is tile 1, and then we'll have the bridge, tile 2 over it. So this one's the bridge. Also at the same position, but at a higher depth, although it doesn't really matter. It'll have a tile of 2. And then Clayman has 1 hit point and is standing at 0, 0. Has a capability of 11. Why did I set it to be 11? That's everything but water, right? Actually, I can't remember. What's 11? That's 8 plus 3, which is 8 plus 2 plus 1. Let's just set it to 1. Can only walk on land. Isn't it 2 objects instead of 2 keys in the object? You mean the water and the bridge? The bridge are 2 different entities. That's what you mean? The tile set has 2 different tiles. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. Toulouse is very observant. This is how Toulouse is climbing the point leaderboard. Very observant. Thank you. You are indeed correct. Every object in the array of tiles is a tile. That's correct. Okay. Right. Capability 1. Position 0, 0. Moving to the right with 1 hit point. I had to add this yesterday, actually, because the tests were broken because I added a feature in the game where you can't move when you're dead. So to be not dead, you have to have non-zero hit points. So I had to give all of these test entities a hit point so they can move again. All right, so it works if you actually do move 1 square to the right. So that's the test is complete. Hey there, Draclin. Sub-gifter Draclin, how are you doing? I gotta clear my throat again. Excuse me. I think it's allergies. I have allergies. Had it since I was a kid, and they're sometimes really bad. Does he get to cash them off for a prize? Maybe. Could be. You saw a new door? Yeah, we worked yesterday on game content. So if you go into the game today, there is a I'm spoiling it. Here's the old zone, right? Just be careful. This is a one-way door. You'll never get back because this test zone is let's just say that this world's tie to the universe is very tenuous at this point. It's going to start collapsing and going away. Because I was removing the test world and introducing the real game. So the real game content, as much as I have planned so far, is that you will start between the realms. It's just a maze of corridors with doors, and they're all closed. Except for one. And when you step through that door, you end up in the sewers underneath some town. And you go up this, if you find the way out, you end up in the starter town. And you can go between the starter town back into the sewers if you want, but you can really never get back to this special between the realms zone. And I'm gonna, slight spoiler here, I'm gonna use this zone in the future to open new worlds so that just randomly you'll see either another door becomes open or you maybe you get a key at some point that unlocks one of these doors, and when you go through it, you go to a new zone. And I'm going to tie that into the story a little bit behind the game. The game being Omnia Regna, all realms, there's a between place, and it connects everything together. And these all look like sturdy iron-bound doors or whatever, and there might be some doors which are, you know, rickety. Maybe they're look like they're made of stone or made out of some other material, and that'll kind of give you a hint about, what can I say, Regna again? I don't know if that's how you say that, but that's the Latin word, and I never took Latin, so I have no idea. That's how the Google pronunciation says, Omnia Regna. But yeah, this area will sort of give you a hint about where you're going. But right now, it's going to be like, I don't know what this place is, but there's an open door, let me go there, and then you end up, poof, in the first world of the game. And this is intended to be a little starter town with some NPCs in it, and there are 2 NPCs wandering around. This guy, I will heal you if you get hurt, and then the other guy wandering around. This guy will help you get equipped with a weapon. And the sewers, you have to navigate through them to get to that town. Right now there are these slimes that basically are sludge in the water. You can fight them, or you don't have to fight them. They won't attack you unless you attack them first. And they spawn here. So I changed the enemy spawning system so that the slimes only spawn in this area. And so that they didn't get out into the main town, I made it so that they can only walk on the water, so they can't get up to the stairs here. So, oh, someone found a bug last night, by the way. Anyone who has weapons from before I added weapon cooldowns has basically a weapon with 0 cooldown, so you can attack as quickly as you can hit the keys. Any new weapons created in the game will be limited to like 2 attacks per second or something like that. And I decided I would give... I have to figure out who they are in-game, but whoever reported that to me, I said, well, your reward will be I'll make your weapon exempt from the cooldown, and you'll have the one item in the game that has no cooldown. Because that's, you deserve it for reporting the bug, right? I can do stuff like that. To heck with the balance. I mean, they could always drop the item, or maybe a rust monster will disintegrate the weapon at some point. But they'll have some fun until then, right? Okay, so this is not working. This is demonstrating the bug, right? That it does not move to position 1-0. It halts and does not move. So I want to modify this. Basically to say, if any tile permits access, then you can go. You heard enough, folks. Time to kiss up. No, it's not me. It's, well, it's helping out with the stream, and reporting bugs gets you rewards, right? What's the tile set from? You mean this? My brother and I drew it when we were kids. Some of it's like pretty heavily inspired from Ultimas, like this ground tile, I think is literally from memory of playing that old game, and so it might actually look pretty close to it. Other things like torches, bridge, stairs, either I drew it or my brother did. Generally the ones that are drawn better, my brother drew. So, and I added a few more tiles yesterday. From the old drawings we made, I pulled in the well, which I think my brother drew it because it looks nice. And then I'm pretty sure I drew these, the stone and the tree. And what else? I added the pillars, the doors, the torches. Yeah, that all got added yesterday. Well, thank you, Drecklin. I think that this is too red. So I was talking to my daughter yesterday. She's a really good artist. And I said, hey, could you help me out drawing some alternative ground tiles that aren't so red? So we'll start seeing, hopefully, some artwork in the game from my daughter, who is a lot better artist than I am. Let's see. Bridge over water inaccessible. Yes. So going back to the movement system. ECS movement. Child labor? It's all volunteer work. But I don't know, maybe. I actually thought about that, and I looked into it. I could employ my daughter, but I would have to get a permission from her school to do it, like, entirely legally. Or there's, like, maybe a loophole in the law that since she's a dependent, that I don't need permission from the school. But, like, if I want to do it properly and pay her, I would need, like, there need to be a child labor permit or something like that. And I'd have to start tracking her as an employee. So it was a lot of paperwork. I decided I wasn't going to worry about that right now. I'll just say, hey, if you're drawing something, maybe you can help me out by drawing some other stuff. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Would I have to pay her or not? I guess if she asked to be paid, then I'd be like, well, I don't have any money to pay you. Maybe I'll let you play computers more than your brothers or something like that. Movement system. At some point it detects if you can move, right? Can move. There we go. So there is a check. All entities at a certain position. Right, so if any of them are false, we return false. I think what I want to do is turn this around and say that they all have to be false for it to be false. If any one of them is true, then return. So it's backward. It's basically backwards. If it's true, then return true, right? I'm not sure what the other extra checks are. Oh, wait a minute. That was used somewhere. That used in the NPC system? Yes. Right, we don't permit NPCs moving on top of the player or in other NPCs. So we can't just return true right away. We have to loop through all of them and do the extra checks. So this would not return true, but it would maybe set a flag. If any, actually it's if any are true, then can access is true. Return can access. Bool can access starts out false. So we need to, actually this will also solve another problem. that walking into the void. So if there are no entities, it won't go into this loop at all, and it'll be false. I kind of like that because I didn't like the idea of people escaping into the void. If I wanted to let a character go into the void, what would I do? I probably have some other flag here, right? Void allowed, and then that would maybe initialize that. No. It would have to be a special case. I'll deal with that later then. Let's just make sure that this works and doesn't break anything. Your payment is not having to pay rent or for food. You're welcome. Get to work. You're welcome. Is this the first time I've built the code today? Or is it just deciding to be slow right now? I think so, because the other bugs were in the front end, right? This is the first back end bug. Movement tests. All right, run again. Fixed, but let me run them all. Cool. Actually, yeah, that's good. So we still have the accessibility over water or not, and okay, cool. Let's test it out. So snapshot the state of the game so I can, they're fairly well synchronized, stop and start it. Then if I can move over that bridge and not walk on water, that would prove that it works, right? All right. Oh, this handshake error. Yeah, once a week we get that, right? Solution is to do HTTPS localhost 8084 and say, sure, proceed unsafely. And we're fixed. But the other window might have the same problem, no? Huh. Why is this showing green? Oh, wrong window. Yeah, same problem here. It's like it lets you in for like a week or so. And after that, you have to go back here and say, proceed again. Yep, and then this graphics glitch thing. Okay. Can I walk across the bridge now? Yes. And this still works, right? Can I walk on water? No. All right. And then can NPCs walk all over me? That was the extra check thing, right? To set that up, I got to arrange, I got to put that NPC in a little pocket somewhere. Let's take him and move him over here. And then I'll move to block him. And I should be able to trap him. He shouldn't be able to move, even though my tile is accessible, technically. Right? Actually, the real test would be to have 2 NPCs in that pocket. So let me take this guy and move him there. As long as the orc can't step onto the slime, then we're good, right? I think we're good because they haven't moved. If I were to move out of the way... Hey there, Bob. The slime should be able to move up, though. I think he just doesn't wanna. I think the way it works right now is it picks a direction and tries to move, so it's only 1 in 4 chance that he'll actually decide to go north. Okay, there he did it, and then maybe... Okay, no, he moved back down. I should actually move out of the way. I think it's working though, so I'm gonna go and check it in. So that's the bug fix. That's the test for it. Clayman667 is the actor in that new test. Fix bug number. Oh, 113. With this text. Open door and wall is not accessible. The problem was if any tile was inaccessible, the can move method would return false. The original, well, to allow doors and other such portals in otherwise inaccessible backgrounds, the logic should be if any tile is accessible, allow access. Right. Commit. And push that. What's next? Tile previews and the tile in the panel do not use animation frame list. Oh yeah. Okay. That's easy to show. In the real game, I think it was inside tiles. These are like completely inaccurate, right? Well, these ones are okay. No, what is it? Decorations? Decorations is totally wrong, right? Like, that's not a well, it's a tree. That's not a chest, it's a rock. The problem is the old component here is basically just taking, I think it's just taking the ID and multiplying it by 32, and that's the x coordinate. So it's just, this happens to be after the sign numerically, so it grabs that part of the image. Instead, it should go into the animation list. Minimally, it should just show the first frame. Maybe I'll do that first. And if there are an animation sequence, what it should do is it should have a timer and alternate between those two frames here. It would sort of look weird if they all animated independently. Oh, the Epic Unknown, back for a second month. Thanks for the sub, man. Totally appreciate that. I'll appreciate your support. All right. And I slipped and I said the word man, even though I don't know if Epic Unknown is man or woman or robot. Adam gets away from that by saying viewbot. I should say welcome back, adventurer. How's it going? Going pretty well today. So I don't know if you've seen below in the panels, Epic Unknown, there's a new organization for the stream, so I'm picking different things to work on for different days of the week. So today is bug fixing day. Yesterday was adding a new game content, which is this starter zone. Tomorrow is going to be new game mechanics and features, and Thursday will be refactoring. Friday is user interface, graphics, and sound. All right. I need to get in this habit, though, of using gender-neutral terms like adventurer, or I could say viewer. Thank you, viewer. Thou art Epic Unknown. Yeah, I have sad news, Epic Unknown. Your island of the Epic Unknown is in this old default zone that we need to get rid of, so here's your island here, right? We need to relocate it at some point and put it into the real game somewhere else. So if you play the game now, there's this mystical doorway here, which you go through to get to the new game content, and once everyone goes through there, or I might just stuff everyone in there, you'll get transported to Between the Realms, which is where new characters should go. I need to do that. That's a new feature I need to implement. They should start here, and this is sort of like an area between the worlds, and every door represents a world, and they're all closed. You can't open them except for there's one open one that takes you to the starter area. Actually, it takes you to the sewers underneath the starter town, where we're going to play around with visibility and lighting and stuff like that, and also introduce some of the systems in the game, like probably have it to where when you step close to the slime for the first time, it'll say like, you're being attacked. You can use the Q key or attack button to retaliate, something like that. It'll lead you back out of the sewers to the starter town, where we have some introductory NPCs. It'll be like a quest hub. You can get healed here. You can get equipment here, that kind of thing. The vendors will all be here. These will be different shops or stores or houses or something. And there will be no place for the island of the Epic Unknown. We'll have to move it somewhere. All right, what's the next bug we're working on today? All right, yeah, the animation tile list. So I need to find the component in React that does this, and I think minimally we'll just have it look at the first animation frame's coordinates and use that to fill in here. And let me set this up in the test environment. So I don't know if I have one here for that. Oh, this already has it. So none of these are filled in. So let's make one for tree. So it won't be a well, it'll be a tree. So if I just pick that and do tree, update. I can paint a tree into the world like, well, it's meant to be overlay. So we'll make one and then pick it, set its depth to 1, comma, and then move it onto the world. So that's supposed to look like a tree here, but it looks like a well. So that's what I'm going to fix right now. All right. You demand it shall be bigger and more glorious? Well, of course. We'll have to make it have, I don't know, a ruin or a dungeon entrance or a temple or something, so that it's the place you have to go to for a large dungeon or quest map or something, right? We got to do something like that. Front end work. Why does this show up with errors? Oh, is this Lua stuff? Yeah, it gets confused about Lua. I don't know why. Okay, so that is drawn in the tiles panel, so that'll be views, activities, panels, tiles. And let's see where it's drawing this down here somewhere, I think. This needs to be refactored, doesn't it? There's where the frames get rendered. Here's where the tiles get rendered. Okay. Aha. To do. Replace with animated tile component. I think that's what we're going to do. Right now, actually. Do I have a tile component in the frames? Or am I just... No, I just hard-coded it as a div. I probably want to do that, though. I think what we will do is design a component that fits into that to-do and just does that. So let's make one. Let's take an existing component at the top level and duplicate it just to make an empty component. Chat is a nice and small one. Let's copy paste that and call that tile. All right, and then do we need CSS for it? I don't think so. Tile. I don't need this. I don't need a context menu, do I? It's really just going to be a div at first, so I don't need any of this stuff. I don't need connect. I don't need the context menu. This can be empty. This can be completely empty. It doesn't even need to have Redux. We'll just export default tile. We don't need any props or anything, right? And then from, where were we? Tile, I didn't pin it. Tiles panel. There we go. I just want this div. So return the div. The div. So I need an asset. And I need coordinates, at least. The tile size we can get from constants. Alright, so I need asset. And I need X and Y. Actually, Y wasn't in here, but it was for frames, wasn't it? So frames would actually be a better place to pull this from. This one. Background position Y. So this would be negative X. It's just negative X pixels, right? And then negative Y. And this is just asset. Okay, and then we'll import this here and use it in two places actually. So yeah, what feels right? Import it here, I guess. Is it this way? Or no, it's this way, right? How many levels up? 1, 2, 2 levels. And then have a tile where the to-do is. So, whoops. Tile, and then we need asset. Is this? Actually, I need the whole thing, right? With the braces. And then x equals this, right? This part. Y equals 0. And just want to make sure that that works. Talk to a guy, he claims wearing a red robe and you can't move now. Uh-oh. You're stuck? Oh, wow. How did you get in the interact list like 4 times? Wow, he is completely stuck. And what about you? You're stuck talking to him twice? How's that possible? Here, I'll free you. And then I'll free him. I don't know how that happened. There's a bug, obviously, in the interaction. But let's see. You will be free as soon as you hit escape, actually. Because you're right now in dialogue. But if do I need to free you out of that? I might have to take you out of this dialogue. Actually, let me make sure I'm not destroying anything here. Dialogue state, dialogue target. Right, okay. Now you should be free to move again. I don't know how that happened. It's only that dude, right? He doesn't have a... His interaction list is fine. I wonder if there's something wrong with his dialogue. Pat the healer. You are free! First they take your island, now your character too? I know. I'm guessing there's some kind of bug in the dialogue where somehow you get stuck in the dialogue. Start goes to convo. Convo can go to end if you say bye or heal or convo. Heal goes back to convo. There's a real life little fly in front of me. Go away. So I don't see anything wrong. That's weird. Hey there, too, bud. You say greetings and nothing happens. Oh, that's it. That's what it is. There's no default key. Actually, I actually have that as a bug. That's the bug. That's the bug though, because Bob has that. It's the default key that says, "I'm sorry, I can't help you with that," and I forgot to do that, and that's a bug. Okay. I totally know that how that happens now. So players get stuck in dialogues if there is no default choice in a state. That's all I need to know. I'll remember exactly what that is. Submit that. So let's just fix it by going to pat, and in the convo state add a default that just add, and we'll have it say, sorry, I can't help you with that. There. Now you probably got stuck just now talking. No, you're not stuck. Okay, now if you say greetings, you should say I can't help you with that. If you want me to, I can add something for greetings. Greetings. And I'll say top of the morning to ya. Because he's Pat, right? Why don't I make the default key like default? They just what I should do is just always have a default like hard coded, and the only thing you can't delete it, and the only thing you can do with it is add events to it. But what was it? Yeah. I didn't have any reason not to do that. I just haven't done it. So what's happening is when it falls through and there's no choice that matches, it gets it goes to the default choice, but doesn't exist in the choice list, and so it just kind of craps out. Kind of gets stuck and thinks you're in a dialogue. I think the backend thinks you are in a dialogue, and the front end doesn't, and then you kind of get stuck there. So that meant that there were a couple other players who were stuck too. The thing is, when they log back in, they'll get unstuck, I think. So all should be well now. But I should give you a point for helping me find that bug. So thank you very much, Epic Unknown. All right, that had a syntax error, right? Failed to compile. I imported. Okay, it's importing the wrong number of levels. I think it's just one level. Thank you, Epic Unknown. Of course, I appreciate it too. And right, so I need to go to the GM view. Okay, we're getting there. I didn't have it change the coordinates yet. That's next, right? And this actually, let's do the same thing for these. Let me actually make the fountain like that, and let me add one in the game, just because I want to. Add a fountain. Depth 1 update, and I don't know where am I going to put the fountain. Right here. Why not? Okay. All right, back to the code. So this tiles panel, we're going to do the similar thing for a frame. Right here. It's a tile. Asset is that, and the X is that, and the Y is actually it's the without the minus sign. And that's all I need to do, right? What are you working on today? I'm working on bugs today. So if you look at the stream panels below, I've updated it so that I have a different kind of focus for every day. So yesterday was adding in this this starting area. So Mondays are going to be like game content. Tuesdays today are bugs. No, fixing them. Fixing bugs. Bug fixing. Wednesdays are going to be new mechanics and features. Thursdays refactoring, and Fridays will be user interface and user interface features, you know, and cleanup, you know, UI work, and then sound effects and audio effects. So yeah, today it's going through this list of bugs from GitHub. Actually, you know what? I never went back and closed these. I should do that. That should be part of the process, right? That I go to 108, for example, and close it. Or not close it, but mark that it's waiting deployment. Labels, awaiting release. Actually, that's all I'm going to do. I don't need a comment, right? Or should I repeat the... Let's repeat the fix in the GitHub. Let me go back to my check-in for that and pull this text out and put it into the GitHub. Dot comment. Okay, and then the next one was 111. Label, awaiting release, and the comment was this stuff. Write a comment. All right, comment. And then 113. Awaiting release, and the comment is here. Who reports these bugs? A mixture of between me and you guys. So anyone can go in there and report issues or make suggestions or feature requests. It's a public GitHub repo that has no code in it other than a README, and we're using it for issue tracking. And if you do report something in-game, I will open a GitHub issue for it. So a lot of people have been doing that. Like, here's an example one. Nui put in this suggestion, and so I made that's ticket number 4 in GitHub. So you can use the in-game system, and then when I see it pop up, I'll add one in the GitHub. Or you could just add it directly to the GitHub, which some people have started to do. Okay, I wanted the text for that, right? Paste it. What happened there? Oh, that's just that. Yeah. Could you use the API in GitHub out from the game? I think that was actually one of the suggestions that's in GitHub now, is to have this one actually auto open something in GitHub for you. When did the mode start that you don't repeat passwords from registering? I don't understand. Don't repeat passwords from registering. It's now on so many pages. I lost you there too, but I'm not sure what you mean. Comment. All right, so we're on the next one. Before, when you registered to a service, you had to enter your chosen password twice. Oh, you mean in general on all sites? I think on mine, I just forgot to do that, right? So if I go to my incognito, want to go to my own game and do register. Yeah, I probably should have you enter it twice, right? They don't do that? I don't know why. I think I didn't do it because it didn't occur to me to do it. But I probably should have you enter it twice. That way if you have a typo, you don't get yourself locked out right away. Another thing I've seen people do is they'll, I don't know if this is browser specific, but there'll be a little icon here that if you click it, it shows it in clear text. And then when you release it, it goes back to showing it in stars. That way you can enter the password and then click and hold and read it back and make sure you didn't have a typo. I want to do that too. Is it just a Chrome thing? Okay. Well, I'm using Chrome and it's not enabled, so I need to figure out how to enable that since that sounds good to me. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Yeah, that should actually be a bug, shouldn't it? Do I have that in here? Let's search for it. Password. It would show up here, right? I'm glad you're doing well, Crumpet. I'm doing okay. Doing better today than yesterday. It's been much calmer today. How loud is the game journal on production now? I'll get you a figure, but it's in the millions of commands already. It's pretty impressive. Okay. Just show. Okay, yeah, there's certain thing. Yeah, I guess there are a lot of bugs that mention the word password. Need to get to the bottom of that. I'm not sure what to do. This is one of the ones I did not put on today's list because I don't know how to proceed on that. Clear feedback. These are user experience things. Client side. That was Adam suggested that, so that you don't have to try to create an account and then have it come back and say your password's too weak. It should just tell your strength in the front end directly. Yeah, so I don't have it in here, I don't think. Let's add it. New issue. Account registration should ask, actually, and password reset. Password set should ask for password twice. And this isn't technically a bug, it's more user experience, just to help them not have typos, right? All right, there we go. Back to this one. I want to make sure this is still drawing it correctly in the test environment. Yep, okay, so now to make it animated. Actually, no, I want to change this to do the correct coordinates. So some of these will have to default. Like this one, the sign on the wall has no frame information at all. I think if it has no frame information, I'll have it use the default behavior of taking the ID multiplied by the tile size and grab the graphics from there. But if there is a tile like on this one, it should look, if there is a frame, it should use the frame's coordinates. So that's here, right? So maybe we should compute. Let's call a function to grab the tile here. Make tile preview. Selected tile set and tile.id, right? Well, the whole tile. I'm gonna want the whole tile. And we'll make that function compute selected tile set and tile. It returns this right now. So indent one so I can return that. Make sure that didn't break anything. Hey there, Batcraft. How are you doing? The Epic Unknown, you think I should call that one an enhancement and not a user experience thing? UX I've been sort of thinking of as a subclass of enhancement where it's really directed to make the user's experience better. Hey, I'm doing okay. Backcraft, how are you? Oh, you said you're doing good. Okay, sorry. We're in this. I get into this endless loop sometimes with people. They say, "I'm good. How are you?" And then I'll say, "I'm good. How are you?" And they're like, "Wait a minute. I just told you I'm good." No, I was under a lot of stress yesterday because my game got attacked, but today we're good. I shouldn't say that because I'll just get attacked again. Yeah, I'm working today on fixing bugs. So one bug is that this is not drawing the correct tile here. It should draw a tree here because the tree is the frame. And I'm working on that. Oh yeah, we got attacked yesterday. Someone went into the production server. Actually, I can show you their accounts. Logged in yesterday, and they're trying to impersonate Spheris, and they just logged in and started spamming the N-word. And then I banned them, and they immediately created another account and did the same thing. And then I had to go in and turn off the new accounts. And then while I was doing that, the entire server went offline. So I have no idea if they were DDoSing me or DOSing me or whatever you want to call it, or if it was just a random chance that at the same moment the access to the EC2 instance got blocked, or whatever it was. Like it was very stressful. I got the EC2 instance back online, turned that off. Then I added a feature in the game now, if you are masked, you can't chat. So, like, I can say hello now because... Oh, that's the GM. Of course the GM can chat. I can say hello, but let's say someone creates a new account to spam the N-word again. They'll come up with masked by default, right? And if they try to chat something, they can't. The button's actually physically not there, and if they were masked and saying something, hi there, and then I mask them, and they try to chat, it just goes into the ether, disappears. So new players can't chat anymore until we vet them. And if I vet them and then they start to misbehave, I'll just ban them. The problem was before that they were allowed to chat immediately before we actually even moderated them. So they would just immediately create a new account and start spamming again. How do you trust your GMs? We trust them until they prove that they're not trustworthy, I guess. So did I see your message about not disabling buttons unless they can actually re-enable them? I think I did. That's why I had it just not show the button at all. But I have it double guarded, so not only does, if we're masked, does it not show the chat button, but if you manage to hack it to show the button and send it to the server drops it on its end. So we have it double protected. Not showing it on the user interface is more as a clue to the user that they can't chat. And then when they get unmasked, boom, they get an extra button now. Hey, look, I can chat. And I wanted to have more hints in the game, like an overlay when you first create a character. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. An overlay that says here something like, or maybe a message in game that says, "Thank you for joining the game. You're currently not able to chat. Once the GM makes sure that this account is not a spammer, you'll get unmasked and then you'll be able to chat." Something like that, right? Only people who can handle Mjolnir can become a GM. They are worthy. Pay $5 to upgrade to a chatting account. Well, then no one would play, Draklin. What I'll probably do is not unmask people right away, but unmask them once they've passed through the tutorial zone. And that way you'd have to actually, number one, actually play the game for a bit. And then you'll know if you want to keep playing or not. And then number two, like if you're just in here to spam, it'll be just so inconvenient to get to the point where you can chat that you won't even try. That's the idea. I thought about doing email verification, but that's just more work for me. And if I just not let them chat until they get through the tutorial, that's less work for me, and then more difficult for the spammer, right? They have to somehow navigate out of the tutorial for every spammer account they create, and I just want to discourage it, and I think that's enough discouragement. Also, some people hate linking their email account. My wife hates it. She would never play my game if I made her verify her email. So, yeah, I prefer to let them in on parole, so to speak. So this concept of a character being masked, that sure they can play, but you don't know their name and you can't talk to them until maybe they've gotten through the tutorial, and then we made sure that they actually do want to play and that they look like they're going to continue. Then we unmask them. When you drive them to the black market, chatting, yeah, they'll have vetted accounts on sale in lots. Exactly. I don't know. Maybe we'll have. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys might be right that at some point we have to do email probably we'll have to do email verification if we start doing the payment system, right? So you have to have a verified email, or maybe an even stronger version of that is what Discord does, where you have to have it linked to your phone number. We'll have to do something like that, like email verification, when we get to the where you're giving payments, because we have to have a way of contacting you if the payment didn't go through, or if you want a refund, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, down the line when it's needed. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. But I make lots of mistakes, so that's one of the reasons I stream, so that you guys can tell me when I make mistakes. You let me know, and I appreciate that. Let's continue working on this. So. What did I want to do here? You really should do email verification from the beginning, otherwise people abuse the address of others. Well, right now the address can only be used to reset the password, so... Yeah, later... Well... Let's talk about this. So, if the only thing I use the email for is to let you reset your password, then... Right now they can't abuse the address of others, can they? Because I don't actually send anything unless you... reset your password. Is that abuse? Because they could just send it themselves. Or is it masking the sender that way? It's going to be sent from my game to someone unsuspecting. Is that what you're saying? But then the email verification process would at least send one email. Yeah, that's true in my game too. You can't use an email address twice. I don't know. I don't know what the best practices are for that. Like, we have to send an email, and so it can at least be abused one time, right? The email verification process is accepted as an email to be sent, so you're allowed to send one email, even if it's to the wrong person. But maybe you only send one email, and if they mark it as spam, or they go in and say, I didn't sign up for this, then you maybe add it to a list of banned emails or something. It's even mentioned in GDPR. Okay. I'll have to look into that. So that would, put a roadblock in for spammers. But I was talking to my daughter yesterday about this in the car, and I'm like, I bet some of these spammers just have a way to get like thousands of email addresses, or maybe they even have a throwaway account generator that makes the email verification not such a big deal for them. But I don't know. That's just my guess. How do I grab all of your messages and put them together? I guess I can grab them all, copy all messages, and then take out the ones we don't want. I might have actually a thing in here for email. Email validation was requested by Kenkamatics. Okay, so we're going to add that Tuabud also recommends this. And then we'll paste your chat history, and let me take out the stuff that's unrelated. There we go. And you don't sound too negative. I'm not, don't worry about that. Yeah. Just say we now have 2 votes for it, and so I already had to take it from May, so we'll go with that. There's also a captcha, yeah. You can aggregate all email out of domain to a single location. Yeah. Not be afraid of spammers, but of ID theft. A very legit site. So to protect against ID theft, probably there's probably a best practice for that, right? In the email verification, it would say something like, if you did not request this, then that means someone is trying to use your email address, and then maybe give them a way that they can report that it's being abused, and then I would just ban. I'd have to do 2 things, I guess. I would have to ban the account that was created with that email, and then I have to put the email on a list of emails that are blacklisted, I guess. Right? And then there'd have to be a way for them, if they wanted to play the game later, they'd have to have a way to unblacklist their email. I guess that would be by sending the admin an email saying, hey, you remember before I said I didn't want to play your game? Well, now I do. Something like that, right? I'm exploring it, train of thought here. Usually in the verification email is the IP address of the one who wanted to use it. Oh, really? I didn't think about that. Let me include that here. I don't remember ever seeing that. And what would the point of the IP address? Oh, would that be a clue to the recipient of the email that so they could follow up? They could say someone is trying to steal my IP address. Here's their IP address. Something like that. I'll have to continue that in a little bit. I kind of want to get back on track here with the tile. Where is the... Here it was. Right, so right now it's just taking the ID. No, I want to change this. I want to say if the tile has frames. It has to have frames, and the frames have to be... has to be at least 1 frame. Right? If so, then we're going to take the first frame. Otherwise, we're going to return based off of the ID, which is the legacy behavior. Alright, so here it's going to be the same asset, and then this will be, let's get the coordinates. So const frame is tile frames, the first one. So this would be, it would be frame.x, right? Or new x. Let's just use frame x and frame y. Frame.y, save. Okay. Not sure about that IP address transmitted when it's an existing account. Confirming security concerns, sure, but not on registration of a new account. Okay. You're trying to put Draklin in your inventory? Yeah, because he's a sword, right? And who was that? Oh yeah, Draklin is we were playing around and we put Draklin's tile set on the items tile set, not the avatars, right? Just to play around. I don't know how long I can let you do that. Oh, hey there, the epic unknown. Are you trying to spoof the GM there? Wait a minute. Well, GM doesn't show up in red. I'm the GM. Oh, that's right. I can't chat because I haven't deployed that fix yet. The GM is mute. He quickly tell you your username. You thought it was Batcraft. Let's see who it is. Batcraft. And you last logged in last week? Okay, we have a new account who has went and logged out. What should I do about that? I should probably just allow it. Unmask. I'll be what is the word? I'll give them the benefit. I'll give new players the benefit of the doubt right now. Oh yeah, this is the political ad one. I don't think they'll ever log back in again. But I like give them a chance. Alright, let's go back to here. The logged out zone. Yeah. I need to get rid of the logged out zone too. That is going to be deprecated. In fact, I should enter a bug for that. That's not, actually it's not a bug. It's a new feature. Logged. Do I have one? Nope. Let's add a new feature. Deprecate and remove. Well, it's not. It's just remove the logged out zone. Instead of teleporting characters to from the zone 0, the logged out zone. We should just mark whether or not a player... Actually, we should just have the rendering system control whether or not a character is visible based on whether or not they're logged in. Also, the GM could see logged out characters this way. Alright, so this is an enhancement. Actually, I had another label for this, right? Design change? Redesign, there we go. I'm going to use that instead of enhancement. Didn't mean to click that. Click the gear and then click the X. There we go. Cool, that's what I want. Maybe also add why the old behavior was chosen in the first place. Well, I know why. It was just that I didn't design it well. It's sort of a design, a bad design. If I had thought it through, I would have realized that having a zone for that is problematic because I can't see them unless I go to that zone. And I'd rather just have them stay in the zone they're in because it's simpler, and just have the game systems look at whether or not they're logged in to determine, are they visible, are they blocking, are they affected by zone-wide effects, that kind of thing. If you had 50,000 characters logged out, that's a lot of looping in order to render a figure out. Well, the events when you log in or out happen on log out, log in and log out, so we don't have to loop. We just have to handle events. So it shouldn't, like, if there are 50,000 players logged out, we're not going to loop through them because we don't do anything unless they log in again. Oh, you're saying like it's a rendering system the first time, right? It's per zone, so they'd all have to be in the same zone. Let's say we had 50,000 players logged into the same zone and they all logged out. Or let's say they all collected into one zone and then now they're all logged out. And we started a game server. It would have to loop through them all to see, is he logged in? Is he logged in? Are they logged in? It'd have to do that, but only once to populate the initial cache, and then it would be event driven from then on. So yeah, there'd be an initial hit, I think. Yeah, not so bad. I hope so. But you're making Morpheus is got a good point. Making me think about it is a good thing. Designs need to be tested. One way to test a design is to challenge it. Like, won't this be won't this require a loop that could be very bad performance, right? These are good things to ask. It'll add to your startup time, yes. And I've already seen that the servers take a while to process the snapshot when they load. So I'm already having to consider design parts of the design where I allow a server a large amount of time just to parse the state before it actually gets involved in the cluster. So during that time, it would also be, filling in caches for stuff like that. Just filter the list of data available to the rendering system. That should handle it fine. Yeah, I hope so. I'm hoping the ECS, just the design of the ECS. Oh, there's a new player there. Who are we looking at? Antro82. I don't see anyone in chat with that name. Should we just initially trust them? Okay. I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt when they first start. Hey there, Douglas. How are you doing? It's like new accounts on Twitch. You have to be kind of wary at first, but I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Oh, it's you. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's one other thing I could do. There's this system in the game. I know, what do you guys think about this? There's a system in the game where you can link your character with your login on Twitch. And the game knows when you've done that and when you've linked your account. I could have it once you've linked, you just automatically get unmasked. And that could be one way of proving your trustworthiness is linking to your Twitch account. Because then if I get misbehavior and you're linked to your Twitch ID, I can complain to Twitch or ban you from Twitch, right? Yeah, that's how you get your points. Is linking you gotta, where was that? You gotta get the code and then you just literally copy that into Twitch and then the golem says, oh, okay, I know who you are, and it will record that that character matches a certain Twitch name, which actually it does add a level of trust, doesn't it? I don't know, do you guys see any problem with that though? Let me type it up, and if you guys think of a problem, then I'll consider it. Auto unmask players who link their character to Twitch. Okay. Once a character is linked to a Twitch identity, we should be able to trust them a bit more, because if they misbehave, we can raise a complaint. Raise a complaint, ban, or otherwise. What's the politically correct term? Oh, otherwise, impose, what's the word? Starts with an R. Why am I not remembering words today? Not penalty, but like when you have kids and they misbehave, there are consequences. Impose consequences. Or impose consequences. It could just be that we ban them from Twitch and then we put them on a blacklist. So if they ever try to link a character with that Twitch ID again, then they get auto banned or something. Repercussions? Yeah, I think that's what I was looking for. Is that how you spell it? One of those words that, yeah, I guess it is spelled correctly. Almost lost the epic sword again. No, don't lose it. Maybe one consideration with this is that you will likely still want the unmasked via tutorial. Yeah. So there will be multiple ways. So if there's no GM online and you link your character, then that's just one way you can get trusted in the game. Yeah, it was spell check passed. Okay. Oh, and a couple of people linked their accounts, and that's the other thing. I wanted to have it auto award you a point if you link. I should add that. I'm doing it manually right now. Yeah, let's submit this as a new feature. And let's add a new one. Auto award point for first linking of character to Twitch account. Reward the character linkage. Well, I don't need to say anything. It's already in the subject, right? Label enhancement. There we go. The bot is special. Oh, why did I give the bot points? How did that happen? The bot shouldn't be scoring points. Take those points away from you. That goes to Morpheus and Douglas. There we go. I fixed it. And thank you for spotting that, Nui. Actually, Toulouse also noticed it. In fact, Toulouse is the one who noticed it, right? So, sorry, Nui. You also, Draclin also noticed it? We didn't say anything in chat, though. Privately, you noticed it, yes. Alright, back to the tiles. Cool, that's fixed now. It's showing the tree. Now, do I want to go the extra mile here and have it animate? I'd have to have a timer of some kind. I could do that with an effect, or I could do that with a shared state. Actually, might be nicer. I wasn't spamming too much. Guess it would be good to make dropping items two-step, or at least grenade stuff. WoW does before dropping destroying. Two-step? What do you mean? Oh, like, yeah, there's that. Someone actually asked for that yesterday. That's in here. Drop. I don't see it here. Was it confirm or something? There's something to. No, that wasn't it. Oh, this is what I was thinking of. The confirm when you unlink. You're thinking there should be a confirm on drop. That and WoW has it when you destroy an item, but there's no confirm on drop. Is there? Well, there's no drop into the world. It's just destroy. Okay, so it's sort of the same thing. Confirmation dialog when... Actually, let's make it configurable. You might find it annoying, so you might want to turn it off, right? Configurable confirmation dialog when dropping items. We're putting in all new enhancements today, aren't we? Yep, getting up there in issues. Yep, this is a good thing though. All right. Okay, do I want to animate that or not? If I animate it, it might look weird when it's animating out of phase with everything else. But actually, if I had the phase passed in as an argument, that might help, right? And then what? Have a timer? I could actually just have a timer when it as a use effect hook or effect hook, right? And it could base it off of the like a starting time. So how would this work? In here somewhere, I would like make one animation reference or something. Equals, how do you get the time? It's like time.now or something. I forget how to do this. Now. In all the JS files. Date.now. And what's this dividing by 1,000? Oh, we should just do this. I had a helper for that in utilities. Utilities. There we go. Where am I using that, actually? Oh, for ticket changes and stuff? Okay. So this was in seconds. Actually, I wanted it in milliseconds anyway, don't I? Timer's always in milliseconds, so maybe I don't use this here. Maybe I go back to using date.now. Oh, shift clicking did something weird. Right, so the date.now is in milliseconds, obviously. All right. Who's going? Okay, you're going, Crumpet. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know if Chris is still here. Yeah, how many am I competing with Chris on number of issues? I think I'll win if having more issues is good. Otherwise he wins. Let's see, animation reference. I'm going to use this. I'm going to pass this to the tile, really. And then tile is used in one more place. Actually, it doesn't. I don't need it here. This is a fixed tile. Yes, so in addition to this, actually I don't need it here either. If we have frames, then we'll pass an animation reference, and we should just pass the frames, right? Tile.frames as a prop. So then tile has an animation reference and frames. And then I wouldn't really necessarily have an X and Y, would I? So let's remove that. And then say if frames, then X equals frames X and Y is frames 0Y. And that should not break. Not yet. Okay, we're good so far. Having issues is a win now? Maybe. Oh, he had something to say about date now? Date now is just number of milliseconds since some arbitrary time, right? Why you chose local storage cookie is better browser support and serves a purpose? Because I didn't know any better. So there's a ticket in there for this. Let me find it. It was HTTP only. Oh, do I not have it in here? Oh, that's weird. I had it in the Trello. Yes, we want to go to mine. HTTP only. This one. Oh, right. This is where recorded confusing straw talking about it, but also Hideo and others chimed in too, saying that it's more secure because the JavaScript can't access an HTTP only cookie. Yes. So yeah, the answer to Mo's why I chose it, I didn't know any better. So the idea came in from Confusing Straw and Hideo and others saying that I ought to just do some scheme where we authenticate. Well, one idea was authenticate with a different server first, and the other one was instead of using a token that we store in local storage, we would have the authentication server return an HTTP only cookie. That way, it couldn't be hijacked by cross server, or what is it? Not cross server. It's where you accidentally have like malware in one of your JS dependencies that it limits what it can do because it doesn't have access to the cookie, so it can't send it to anyone else to abuse it. It wasn't cross-site scripting. It was, what is it called when you like if I depend on like Moment.js, for example. Let's say someone hacked Moment.js and put some malware in it. Right now they could the malware could access all my local storage for the site that I'm using it with, which would include my login token, which they could theoretically use if I didn't tie it to an IP address. Right now it's tied to your IP address, so it's only useful if you log in using it. But let's say it wasn't. Then someone could actually hijack your account by taking your login token, using it immediately to change your password, and then they've taken over your account, right? So The idea would be put it in an HTTP only cookie. The malware can maybe hijack the connection you're using, but it can't send it to someone else, right? It has an XRC somewhere in it. Yeah. Then you're in NPM heaven with millions of others. XSS. So yeah, something like that. Well, let me just summarize this in the. We'll put it into a ticket here. We'll say improve authentication system. Remove token from local storage. So the idea is just in case malware ends up in one of the JS dependencies the front end uses, let's change the authentication system so that instead of the server sending us a login token that we put into local storage, have the server send back an HTTP only cookie, which the JS cannot access. The cookie would be used to open the WebSocket to the actual game. So it's a two-stage thing. Either if it's the same server, it's then two connections instead of one. One to get the cookie and the other one to actually connect to the game. Then I could actually split it so that the authentication system is completely separate, which would be nice if we scale up the game later. Because authentication is sort of a heavy thing if there are a lot of people, and I increase the number of iterations. Okay, Cthulhu, you might have fallen prey to the bug I fixed earlier today. So let me unstick you in a second. I want to put this in as a redesign. Submit. So there we go. We have it documented. Let's find Cthulhu. He is stuck somewhere. Where are you? I don't even see you online. Most of these cookies for auth well, but if you ever have needs for a mobile client, your auth process need to account for cookies not being a universal thing that mobile won't always have. Solved it by defaulting your auth system to check for cookies. If they don't exist, checks for an auth header in there. So like fall back on something else if cookies aren't available somehow. You're not in the game. Is it that you can't get in the game? We can find out where you... Are you saying that you were in the game and you got stuck? Let's see where you were. Old zone is 12,942. So you were in the sewers, you're saying. And where were you in the sewers? You're at 3 by 0. So let's go to the sewers at 3, 0. This is where you were. Were you stuck on the water? No, you were standing right here. How are you stuck? You should have been able to cross the bridge and cross that bridge and come all the way out and go up the stairs. Was something else wrong with your character, maybe? You're not stuck in a dialogue. You don't appear to be physically stuck in that spot. Is it just you didn't know what to do? Yeah, you should log in. If you log in, you'll end up here. Just walk this way over here and go up the stairs. And you'll appear in this little alleyway, and you'll be able to get out here. All right. Okay, I was going to use that time reference, right? And we'll do it with an effect hook. Use effect. And what will that do? What will the timer do? I think what I want to do is get a ref to this div and then change these coordinates, right? So something like this. Use effect. I always get this wrong. There's the function, and then if you want it to do it only once, it's empty, right? Otherwise, it'll do it in every render. Actually, it doesn't matter, does it? So I can just do that, and then it has to return something, which is the unmount. So this is the mount and an unmount, right? If I wanted it to truly be a mount and unmount, I think I have to do that. So this is the equivalent of, like, here is component did mount, and this is the body of component will unmount. If you're, like, used to React without hooks, this is the hook equivalent. I always get this wrong, though. I need to look it up again. Use effect. It's like in the fine print of this. How come it won't load? We're having problems getting to React.js? Okay, no, there it is. Down here in the fine print somewhere. Here it is. If you want to run an effect and clean it up only once, on mount and unmount, you pass an empty array. Okay. Usually better solutions to rerunning effects too often? What's the better solution? Oh, if you have dependencies, yeah. Well, I don't have any dependencies. Okay, yeah. Understood. Understood, sir. I'm gonna need a ref too. Use ref. Okay, so const div ref, I guess. Use ref null. And then we attach it here. Ref, no, not here. Here. Ref equals div ref. And then on the did mount, I wanted to do, like, if there are frames, then we are doing this. Well, don't need these anymore. We're going to set up an animation sequence using a timer, so it's going to be set timeout. Const token is set time. Do I want set timeout or set interval, actually? I think I do. I want interval, don't I? Yeah. How does... Okay, there's a timer handler, a timeout. Yeah, so we can have a handler of some kind, and then an interval. Let's do it every, I don't know, 100 milliseconds. And then we do this to do a it's cancel interval or something, or cancel timer. I never remember this, so I gotta look at DevDocs. DevDocs, a wonderful site. I can look up set interval. How come I can't look up set interval? How come is it my JS not on? What's the animation about? It's the fact that these tiles are animated. Now, see that little orc there? He's got 2 tiles of animation. Also, the water has an animation effect. It's the scroll effect. So that's what we're talking about. Ocarina of Time. Okay, have fun. Clear interval. I'm just wondering why is it not showing up here? Sure, you can have a cookie. Okay, it's clear interval. I'm just confused why it doesn't show up in DevDocs. Is it because it's not part of JavaScript, but it's part of the window? Okay. Set interval. Window. Does that mean I would find it under window? And this is what, Angular? What does that green shield mean? Which thing are we looking at? DOM, okay. So set interval. Oh, it was there. I was just dumb. Okay, there it is. I just wanted to make sure I can get back to this. And yeah, you're probably right. There's a clear interval, right? Yeah, I saw this long string and I didn't see that it was just a member of it. Okay, so technically it's called an interval, not a token. Clear interval. Okay, they call it a handle. Is it an interval or is it a handle? They wanted to call it a handle. But this is interval ID. I like handle better. There we go. So on the interval, I have to basically repeat the code I do in the JS back here, don't I? What am I talking about? In the middleware for the stage, I have a set sprite texture. There's this active frame. I wonder if I could pull this out to a utility. I bet I can. It's this part of it, really. It has to be given the time, the frames, and the period is from reducing the frames, right? Okay. That time of day, Skizzers, already? It's only 2 hours for me. But okay, enjoy your food. If you type interval, it shows it's the first one. Okay. Yeah, you guys were telling me what to look for. I didn't even see it. I should just give you points because I feel like you're helping me find it. There you go. Plus, you need to catch up on the points, I think. All right. I think I do want to pull this out as a utility. So let's take this. And it will include the return 0, right? Yes. Okay. And then let me put a bookmark there. Clear these other bookmarks out. Okay. So utilities. Let's make a function that does this. Export function something, which takes some arguments. What did I call it here? Active frame? Get active frame, maybe? And really it returns an index. So get active frame index, and it's given frames and time, right? And then tile frames becomes just frames. And time is in milliseconds. Okay, there's this scroll thing, so we should have a scroll as well. If scroll, then what's phase? Phase is that. And there's a tile size which we can pull in from constants, actually. Like that. Okay, that looks good to me. So let's replace this where I had the bookmark. Bookmark that. Go back here, yes. Return get active frame index. Frames is tile frames, and then we have time, and then we have scroll is time is a frame tile scroll. Frames time scroll. Frames time scroll. All right, and then all this is gone. Let's see if that screws up the animation stuff. It does, because it's not imported from utilities. Tempted to import constants. Okay, the wrong number of dots. Oh yeah, you found it, Toulouse. Found it before I did. So good at finding these things, man. I wouldn't mind working with you. You'd be like an awesome code reviewer. Finding all these things. Okay. Okay, it didn't break anything, and that's good. So I'm not using it in the other place, though. That's the last part. I want to do that over here. Actually, and I only want to do it if it's different, right? So I should, let's hold on to some Let's capture a variable for the previous frame. Const previous frame is null, and then we'll compute it here. Const frame index. Let's make it index. Frame index equals that. And then frames is frames. Time is time.now, right? Or date.now, right? Minus the animation reference. That's to synchronize them all. That's important. Scroll is not given to me, is it? So I need that. Scroll. So let me, before I forget, let me add the scroll. It was here, right? Scroll equals, was it tile.scroll? I think it was. What's the shrug for? Shrug. They should make an emote for that. Raimu shrug. Or do I have to tilt my head? Parag programming, yeah. There we go. Another emote, right? Get it centered. I don't know. I don't think I'm doing it right. Okay, anyway. Frame index that. If frame index is not equal to previous frame index, then, well, first of all, we'll say that it is. And then I gotta go reach into here and set the background position X. So this is div ref current style. Actually, how do you modify a style through JavaScript? I've never done that. Would it just be this background position X equals frames frame index, and then I have to compute this like this, right? Negative that pixels, right? And that needs a $sign. I'm gonna guess that that's how you do it, but I don't know. And then the Y is similar. Like that, right? And then that just cycles until it unmounts and we clear it. Let's see if that works. Get frame is not defined. Yeah, I haven't imported it yet. Utilities. I like how it auto-completes. That's kind of nice. Wrong window. Here we go. Did it? Oh, I'm not in the real game. Oh. Read only. That's because I made it const. It shouldn't be const. It should be let. Is it gonna reload on its own? Didn't reload on its own. Wonder why it didn't reload on its own that time. It doesn't look like it's animating to me. Well, I can do some console logging. So I'll log. What do we want to say? Animating. Something like that. Ramy, wowee, look who's here. Welcome to the Atom Kickoff Clinic stream. Is this where you get your Atom scurvy? Not cured, but maybe we give you a treatment for the symptoms, right? Inspect element should see style change. That's true, huh? We'll look at that too. Well, it went to 0, but it's stuck there. So why did it not go back into here again? Because this is always 0, maybe? Oh, did I not update the one that calls that? No, it passes all the frames. Let's see the whole thing here. Frames. Okay, so it is, it's there. Which one is this? Okay, I guess 2 of the tiles have frames in them. This is, the fountain, and I think the other one was the tree. Yeah, I think so. New X160, yeah, I guess so. So it's always stuck in frame 0. This is obviously still working, so what would be the difference here? I'm hesitating to log anything outside here because it's going to do it every 100 milliseconds, but I guess that's what we got to do, right? Time. Let's get the let's compute this out here. Frame time. Frame time equals this. This is a longer bug than the others, isn't it? Frame time corresponds to frame index. We're going to see that message a lot, hopefully. Otherwise, maybe the interval isn't working. No, it's cycling. It's just not... Yeah, it's always returning 0. Oh, I wonder if this time is in seconds and not milliseconds. No, it should be milliseconds because those numbers are in milliseconds themselves. 500, right? Why is it always stuck? I want a little bit more information. Out of frames length. I'm gonna say 0 out of 2, but that's okay. Yeah, so it's both the fountain and the tree, but it's always at 0. I don't get it. What am I doing wrong here? Must be doing something wrong. Frame time is good. It's counting up 100 every 100 milliseconds. Frame index, it's always returning 0. Do I guess I start instrumenting this thing then? It's just going to get kind of crazy with all this water. Must be the function call, you think? I just don't know if it's in these... If this argument's fine, it's being renamed to time. Time shows up here. It's mod period, which we reduce from the frames. Is it that it's a T and not... Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe the names get changed. Oh, that's probably what it is, actually. I think I changed the names around when I import them. Okay, so how would I see that? I would get rid of this and go back to looking at just that message. Confirm. Yeah, it's time, not T. So where did I do that translation? That's in the reducer, isn't it? Yeah, that would be in the reducer for this session for tiles. Reflect tile sets. Ah, right, there's this make shape. Yeah, so it expands the name to time instead of t. All right. So I guess one way to fix this would be expand it in the stage as well. Because this also does a reflect tile sets. Yeah, for each tile set, add that. Load. Actually, it's sent to both these places, so it'd actually be easier to change it here. Would I do the similar thing to what this does? Actually, I could just pull, you know what I could do? I could pull it from the session reducer myself. Yeah, what if I just pull it from the reducer? Instead of using it from the action, actually. That would be better, wouldn't it? Because then I get all these other, I get it translated the same. So don't pick from the action. Use get state. And say this is get state session tile sets. Yeah. And then I have to change it to use time instead of t. Which I'll do right now. It'll probably screw a bunch of other things up, right? So, hey there, Isley. I think that would look too ugly. I'd rather just have it have both sets of logic go through the same translation. Actually, just have it go from one single source of truth, which is Redux. I think that's better. Change 108. Okay. Just need to say hi to Isley. Here we go. Yeah, thank you very much, Toulouse. You're a gem. Scoring lots and lots of points for all the typos. It's this make tile set shape does some translation, right? I mean, this is... It still shows the name and ID. These are for when you're changing it. I don't care about that in the stage. Access, frames. So yeah, we're changing T to time. X and Y stay the same. We default the ID if it's not there. Access is the... Okay, so it should be fine. Everything else is not renamed. It's only the time that got renamed. I probably did that on purpose so it was easier to read. And let's pin it. Okay. And save here. What's the worst that could happen? Interesting graphics bugs? Yes. Property X of undefined. Is that because the frame is not... The frame has an X in it. Oh, we have empty array. So if there's no frame list, it actually puts an empty array in there. Is that what's happening? No. So what is it? Let's view it in the debugger. Reload. Okay. Undock, please. What is frame? Frame is undefined. Why is it undefined? What? Oh, is K is -1. What? Why is it -1? Oh, there, because it's using this T thing. Okay. So that's in stage.js. .t. Let's just look for T. Yeah. There and there, right? Time. That's fine. It could be in the reducer, and that's different. Okay, maybe that was it then. Redoc, please. And reload. All right, that's probably it. Let's restart this. Oh, it's animating. Nice. Cool. So I can remove the console lock from tile. Oh, I was interested to see that there's a match between setting and clearing the interval. So let me do that. Um, I guess we would do it here, right? Console.log. Well, actually, let's do it here. Set interval handle. This is just self-assurance, right? That it's working. Clear interval handle. I want to see those match up on mount and unmount. And actually, when the props change, I should see it too, right? And the props change if I make a change to like add something, right? No, that didn't do it. Oh, it's when these get changed. So if I were to change these coordinates, right? Actually, it didn't. Oh, because it doesn't know that that's a change to that prop. I'll have to fix that. But if I go to a different panel, it clears it, and then I come back and it starts it again. That's at least that at least should work. Okay, so I need to fix where if I change a frame information, it should re-render that, shouldn't it? So that I do that through props, don't I? Actually, yeah, wouldn't that prop change? Hold on. Where's my React? If I inspect that, what are its props? And I'm not looking at the right thing. Tile. Okay, there's the frames. It might be hard for you guys to see because my face is in the way. Move it over maybe? And then it's kind of hard to see this. How do I give more real estate for that? Oh, there we go. Okay. So if I go here and change that to that, and then update. It did re-render it. Wait. Then why is it... Oh, the effect hook didn't rerun. Okay, the effect hook relies on frames. Yes. And I found out before Toulouse did, so he doesn't get a point. This has to depend on frames. And the other stuff doesn't really matter. I guess scroll, it does matter too, right? Frames and scroll. I don't actually need X and Y anymore, do I? Oh, wait a minute. No, I still need X and Y for fixed tiles that aren't animated. Yes. And technically, I don't need to do that. It'll get overridden anyway. It's fine. This is fine. That's library information, not coding. If you say so. Okay, so I'll fix the fountain, the blinking fountain. Cool. So that re-rendered and that, yeah. Okay, cool. I think the bug is fixed. I can also use this for in the game in the inventory, can't I? Because we might have an animated item. Should I just go ahead and do that too, since it's easy? Actually, no, I have some extra code for quantities. Let me do that later. Let me put that in later. That is another issue. So, inventory items should be drawn using tile component. Let's call that and then I think it all, well, I don't think it draws it correctly, so we'll call it a bug. I think we're just lucky that's drawing it correctly. We'll make that a bug. We'll fix that later. We'll just check in this fix and we'll move on because I want to get some progress on those other bugs. Right, so this now has a common get active frame index for a tile. And there's a new tile component, and we're using it in 2 places. There and there. Actually, and we're using the get active frame index here as well. And okay, the time is, I should check that as a different chain, shouldn't I? Or ganging it together? We'll gang it together. So there are really two things. Yeah, they kind of are intertwined. Fix bug number 114 and unify tile set parsing. Okay, so fix bug this. Also use the session reducers shape for tile sets in the stage middleware as well. I mentioned before that I comment less on JS rather than CPP. Adam will be mad there's no JS docs in the functions. Yeah, don't tell. Shh, don't tell Adam. Is all the code for the admin pedal also used by players? It's all the same app. And one reason for that is some of these tools, like the painting the world, I want eventually to give players the ability to do that in a limited fashion. So it's just more convenient that it'd be all in the same app. So it's enabled if you're back when you log in. You can actually do this now. It's kind of fun. If you you're not logged in and you just drag some random file onto the admin key. It's actually one bug I have in there to hide that unless you hit a special key. Right now, you can just drag something in there. So I could take just some random file I have. Where's the random file? I don't know. Let's just grab this text file and drop it in there. It starts up as if you were the admin. Well, it should have. I wonder why it didn't. Oh, right. It has to successfully authenticate. But you could hack it to do it. Yeah, if you drag some file in here, it'll try to log in as the GM. And if it succeeds, then the app will set a flag in the reducer for the session, I think. Called admin. Oh, no, there's an admin reducer, and then there's a key. And then a lot of places in the front end, there's in the mapping from Redux to React is if not state admin key. So populating that key, I thought it was if you just drag something in there, but I guess I must have changed it to be if you successfully authenticate. So yeah, it's just sort of built in, and as soon as you are able to log in as admin, a lot of things get activated by that flag, which you could hack. All this front-end code is downloaded to your browser, so you can hack it all you want. You can make it look like the admin. You'll get all those admin controls. You just won't be able to do much with it because the server won't accept commands unless you have successfully authenticated as the GM. You want to split that as something to keep the load performance, to like crunch the client down to be a non-admin only client? Maybe. Let's move on. Let's see. Character panel. Where was I? Oh, I was checking in code. Yeah, okay. Fix the bug. Also use the session reducer shape for tile sets in this stage middleware as well. The problem was the old React components simply made assumptions about the geometry of tiles. Solution is to implement a new tiles component, which is aware of tile frame information and simulate. Well, it actually animates tiles according to the animation metadata and the time in the browser. All right, that's good enough. Commit. Oh, hold on. I wanted to add one more thing. back here to this bright light. I use the session reducer's tile set shape to unify the names of the tile set properties, including time, which is used instead of t to make the code more readable. The t is used in the transport to reduce message sizes. And actually, it'll probably move to binary anyway at some point. So it'll be more apparent that we have to make a shape for the data because it comes from binary. We have to make a JavaScript object out of it. All right, next. Oh, not next bug. I need to mark this one fixed, right? Which one was that? I was just looking at it. 114. So label awaiting release. And I wanted to put the solution in there. You know, it'd be nice if there was something that could automatically remove the white space like that. That would be cool. Because this is sort of tedious. I guess I should just type it here first and then into the git commit. Comment. All right, next one. OSHA gonna know about this? Uh-oh. Not everyone has high-speed Ethernet. Yeah, well, we're gonna move to binary for performance. The messages aren't that big. They're a lot bigger for the GM because it downloads a lot more data. It's mostly it's the performance hit in having to translate tune from JSON strings is what's I want to get rid of. All right, next one. Items dropped as loot from NPCs do not despawn. Yes. Let's demonstrate this. If I go kill an orc, actually this gold is a good demonstration already, but let's just have this one dropped, right? Don't kill me. I need you to... Okay, you needed to drop some loot, and you didn't. How about you? Will you drop some loot for me, or will you kill me? Okay, there, he dropped some loot. Problem is this loot never goes away. And that's because there's a missing attribute. There's a slime on top of my gold, too. Okay, there's the gold. It is missing something that I'll show you if I do it within a minute. Here, I'll drop this food and move. I just have to pick it up in a minute because it has a despawn timer associated to it. So we're missing the DT component on the gold here that gets dropped there. And so that's in the Lua code. The DT, if I look under Lua, we'll find it. This is the despawn system. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not in Lua because item dropping is in C++. And it would be what? There's a key. There's a key for it. Yes, key item despawn time. So it's added when you drop an item, right? So I need to do the similar thing when it's dropped from what am I trying to say? I have to stop saying when it's dropped from an NPC. All right, so that's in Lua. Scripts. Was it attack? I put it in here. Drop loot. Yes, really it should be its own function called drop loot, but it's local to the attack script right now. And this is it actually. It has which one was it? The item. The item here needs to have a despawn timer. So it goes right here, right? Actually, it's for any kind of item. So it would go here. Despawn timer. And then I have to take the current time and add the despawn. Okay, maybe that was one problem. I don't know what the current time is. I might have to add a method to compute that. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're given it at the top level, right? Attack is not given it, but the combat is. Combat calls attack. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, because it's collapsed. Yeah, attack. So combat's given the time, so attack needs to know the time. Time. Attack is given the time. And then we need to pass the time down to the loot stuff. Where is it? Where we kill them. Drop loot. Here we go. Drop loot time. And then that gets the time. And then I say that's the time plus... What did the C++ do? Item despawn time, it's hard-coded to be 60 seconds. 60. All right, so what did I update? I updated combat and attack. Combat. And attack. All right. Well, let's pick up this gold. It'll never despawn anyway. And make some more loot. Would you oblige us, orc, and just die? No, he's gonna kill me. Doesn't want to die. Fighting back. And attacking too frequently, too. This one's tough. Okay, there we go. We got loot. Some fat loots. And it should have a despawn timer. It does. So within 60 seconds it will despawn. Easy peasy. So let's check that in. Yes, okay. So fix bug number. Oh, what am I doing? Gotta go here. 115. Copy pasta. The problem was the drop loot local function associated with the attack script was not attaching the despawn time property to the item it was creating. Solution is to pass the game time down to drop loot and calculate the despawn time and attach it to the item. And let's put that in. Actually, I should have done this the right way before. I should have typed it here first. How many times am I going to make this mistake? Because now I got to do this. Got to do this again. That and label awaiting release. Actually, I could put that into the game right now because it's in Lua. Should I do that? Should I just do that now? Say it's done. Check this in. Yeah, let's just do it now in the real game. In the real game, I no longer have anything that actually spawns loot because there's just these slimes and they don't drop anything. But just I need to put that in too. I feel bad that I don't have any loot for you guys to get right now. But we'll update it so that it will work. So combat. Submit, and then oh, there's this other thing I need to look into too. This had to do it had to do with the combat system also. Oh, that's weapons that are missing a cooldown. I have a bug for that already. Yeah, that's when people are attacking with weapons with no cooldown. It's doing that one. There's an error, which is letting you attack over and over again as fast as you want. Shouldn't use hard-coded constants like 60 seconds in Lua? Why not? You mean we should probably put it somewhere else? Like this? Item despawn time seconds is 60? Just give it a name then? I could do that. I don't mind doing that. Or do you mean something even more than that? Like move it to its own Lua script somewhere? Give item despawn time a name. That's easy to do. I'll just put that right in. And put that into the game right away. Yeah, that's the way. Okay. So no biggie. I can do that really quick. Just got to go to both versions of the game and just put it right in there. Done. And I can actually mark that one as done. So no longer awaiting release. It is done. All right, next. How much time do I have left? I've got an hour. So that took 3 hours. So I originally thought this would probably take an hour and a half. So I'm off by a factor of 2. So I can only expect to get maybe 2 or 3 more bugs done, which means I'll have these left to do for next week. Maybe I should focus on the ones that are really easy and quick. Prevent chat tab with an empty name. That should be real easy. We'll do that. There's actually a couple bugs associated with the chat tabs that I need to do. Okay, so for example, there's a really bad one where if you want to change the name of one of these, it just completely goes black and then gives you an error. So don't try to change the name of a chat tab. Okay, but this bug we're talking about right now is that you can hit add there, and then it kind of shows it if you order them. Oh, I think you have to hit this save. It shows it there as like a blank tab. Delete and change it again. There's another bug too that can fix that. This should say save profile instead of change. And was that on the list today? No. I don't know why I didn't put it on the list. Anyway, let's fix this one. This one should just be to disable the add button until you type something in there. And I probably should strip it with white space too, right? Let's see, where would that be? Dialogues panel. No, right? This is the profile panel. Chat tab filters. It's the new one, right? Where's the form for a new one? It's here somewhere. The chat is chat tab info. Right, the row for the new one and this form, right? Add chat tab. So I think I just add validation to this, don't I? How did I do that before for like... What did I do this for? I'm pretty sure I did it here. No? Where did I do this? Was it here within a dialogue? You have to have a unique key? Yeah. So this kind of a validation thing. Stack Overflow has just disabled the featured on meta tab on the right side. As to too much negative feedback has been showing there lately. Now only mods can feature something. Huh. Interesting. I'm going to look at the dialogue panel to see how I did that. Dialogue. Okay, it was game dialogue. And there's like a validation, right? Set custom validity. That's what it is. Bookmark that. And then I'm going to need to do the same thing in the profile tab. Where did it go? Did I not pin it? Profile panel. Okay. So it's this input that needs to be validated, right? So I need a ref on this one. I already have a ref. Nice. What am I using that ref for? Oh, for if the name already... Okay, so I already have validation. So it's just an else here, right? How do you strip the white space off of a string in JavaScript? Is there a quick way? Oh, the community has been disagreeing with our choices of late. Let's take their voice away. That'll make them more popular. So it's just required equals true? What if it's got a space in it, though? Trim, okay. Let me look that up to make sure I understand all the ramifications. It's on string. Oh, exactly what I want. Okay, so if chat tab dot name. Oh no, it's new chat tab name. If new chat tab name, does that mutate it? A new string is returned. Okay, so it's returned. Length equals 0. What do we want to say? A name is required for a new tab. Name is required. Trim, yes. I like. I know that goes to developer Mozilla.org. I like the dev docs. I think it's just a copy paste from that, right? Because I think it looks almost. I mean, even the logo is there, right? This is pretty much going to be the same, only without it's styled differently. Yeah. Yippers. So let's see if that fixed it. So I should not be able to hit this button now. A name is required. If I hit spaces, interesting that it keeps showing it to me. Yeah, why did it continue to show it when I was hitting space? Is that a bug in Chrome? I thought it should only do that when you click the submit button. The other way I could do it is just disable the add button. Which one's better, graying out the add button until you type something or having validation on it? I could do both. You'll never be able to submit the form. Validation is better than graying out the button? Yeah, I guess I would agree with that. I hate it when buttons are grayed out. Or if it's grayed out, I would like... You know what I would like is if I did the gray out approach, it should just take this string and put it on top of the button when you mouse over it. So it'll be gray and you mouse over it and it'll say a name is required. You want both? We could do both. If I gray it out, you will never be able to hit the submit, right? Unless, did I make enter? I think enter actually does the submit, so I do want that grayed out, right? Yeah. Over engineering, yeah. Maybe this is good enough. This is good enough. Tamos is right. Should not over engineer it. I say we're done then. Yeah, I'm spending too much time dwelling on these things. Fix bug. Oh, wrong one. 120. So let's go to 120 and type in the solution here. All right, so label awaiting release, and we'll say the bug was there was no validation on the new name input when submitting the form to add a new chat tab. Solution. This should say the problem was. The solution is to validate the input, trimming it, and then making sure let's just say making sure the trimmed input is not empty. See you, Amy. Good night. All right, so this, now that I've copied it here, I can copy it into the Git commit. This is 120. and the bug title. And then new line everything. And then submit or commit. And we done with that one. All right, 3:05. Probably should take a break because I have been sitting here for 3 hours. Do you want to trim the tab names as well? You can do weird things if you want. Like, technically, I need the names unique, but I don't care if you could do something like space dialogue. I don't care. You'll end up with 2 tabs that say dialogue. If you want to do that as a trick, you can. I just need the keys to be unique for React and I think on the back end. I can't remember. So you could do a trick like that. I don't really care. In fact, you might want to do that trick if you for some weird reason you wanted to have 2 tabs with the same text in it. You might just have a white space at the end. I don't care. Didn't name of a saved chat. Okay, that killing the UI, that's an important one. I don't know how long it'll take. But I think that's important because right now, if you just hit anything, it's just boom, you're dead. That's a really bad bug. I'm going to take a quick break and then work on this bug. So I will be right back in a minute or two. I am back. I'm going to try to find out what the heck's going on here. I guess the first thing I'll do is just put this in the debugger on this screen. Hit. Oh, that's interesting. What's that? You provided a value prop to a form field without an on-change handler. When did I do that? Is that something new that I just did? 426. Oh, the Twitch link. Wait a minute, what? So why is it saying I don't have an on-change handler? Oh, I don't. Oh, yeah. Oh, it is constant. If the field should be mutable, use default value, otherwise set unchanged to or read only. Actually, that makes sense. I should say it to read only, shouldn't I? The sword you have is from yesterday. Shouldn't it predate any weapon cooldown thing? Oh, so it shouldn't. I can look really quick. Wrong window. Where is the right window? This one here. Let's find Mr. Balrog. And by the way, hello, Mr. Balrog. You're not online yet. Oh, maybe you are. I just had that. No, you're not online. Hold on, let me fix that. Okay. Balrog. Oh no, you're Omnom, right? Revealed your identity. Attack, yeah, you have an attack cooldown. Here are your items. This one has a half-second cooldown. This one also has a half-second cooldown. Yeah, these are all new weapons. Are you seeing a problem where you can attack faster than twice a second? Yeah, you have an attack cooldown. That's the last time. That's basically a half second past the last time you attacked. Whatever date and time that was. Yeah, if you attack more than once every half second, it should have told you what? It should have been the similar thing to what I was getting out here when attacking. Where's something I can attack? Here's some slimies. It should say, oh, he died in one hit. That's not good. It should say you can't attack again until it's been a half second, and then you can attack again. That's what it should do. I'm going to eventually have like where the weapon is in actual weapon slot, and probably it wouldn't be Q, it would be like there'd be a key bind for the weapon, and then after you use it, just like in World of Warcraft, will show like a rotating pie slice or filling pie slice to show the cooldown period and current phase in that, and that'll be more apparent. So it might be just be that it's not apparent to you when it's cooled down and when it hasn't. You know, it might look like you're able to attack as fast as you can, but it's just that the cooldown is very short. Could be. There could be a bug, you know, who knows. Okay. Okay, this one is giving me advice that I should set this to read only. Let me see what effect that does. Read only. Or actually, I think React wants me to camel case it, right? And then that shows up here. Right, so you can't modify it, which is fine. I have this copy to clipboard anyway. And that copies it to the clipboard, right? Let's see. Yeah, okay, so that should work. All right, so I silenced that warning. It's like a drive-by bug fix. Not really a bug, right? But it's fixing a JS warning. Or is that a React warning? We'll just call it a fix front-end console warning about a read-only input. Because we don't have a change handler, so it's completely uncontrolled. Now it's behaving as if you have the game open in a tab while you killed all browser. Oh, it's like it's bouncing in and out of being logged in. Yeah, there's still some funny business going on for some users, and I wonder if it has to do with like what kind of browser you're using. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten to the bottom of all the login issues yet. Chrome, yeah, I'm using that too. Who knows? I have to find more evidence about what's going on there. Okay, the bug I was on the way to fix here was it was actually I need to trigger it. It's going here and then hitting a key. So there it is. Undock and we'll look at it. So can't read property filter of undefined. Oh, the chat tabs with the selected chat tab index. Is it this variable is not defined? Let's look at the closure. -1. Why is it -1? This is confused by the backtick stuff, unfortunately. So all the color has been drained away. It's this variable. It should not be -1 here. Aha. It should be looking at name, not new name. It is looking at name. What's selected chat tab in panel then? Dialog. And what's profile chat tabs look like? Profile chat tabs. Oh, I have the same name. There's no new name. I'm not using the scheme where like the name is replaced. I should do that, shouldn't I? Okay, we'll do that. This is a little bit more work, but not too bad. I have to go to the reducer and I have to split that field into two fields. The name before you hit save and the name after you hit save. You have one sword that has a cooldown of 1 and a sword with a cooldown of 0.5. Is that random? It could be you have an older sword. What do you have? You have these items. There are a few unique items in the world. Yep, this is an old sword. It has a cooldown of 1. Right, so the cooldown was 1, and then I buffed the sword later to... It does more... Like, this is a weaker, slower sword that you have. So I would just toss that one, since it's not unique in any way. I would just toss the first slot. And then the second slot is a newer one. See, it has a damage base of 3 instead of 1.5 second cooldown. Yeah, the first one. I would just toss that one and let it be despawned. Or you can let someone else pick it up and then they'll have the cursed sword. You know, one thing I don't have in the game is an ability to find, like, if I know an item, I can't find out who has it. The only way would be to loop through all players and look at all their items and see if it's in there. The other way to do it, I guess, is I could have a back reference from the item saying which player has it. I have to think about that one. All right, the reducer for the profile. I have a profile shape. I do. That is for an empty shape, though. Oh, wait, there's new profile. That's how I did it. I had it in a completely separate variable. So why am I not using that here? New profile. I am using it there. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is just the wrong way to do it, isn't it? Okay. I need to redesign this. Because I need stuff from profile and I need stuff from new profile mixed together. Okay, I think I know how I want to do it right here. It will be when new profile is set, we're gonna add in the tabs. NPC swallowed a sword. Yeah, so that's a bug. I need to remove that old artifact of the old game system. Dog barking. Is it reflect profile I want? Change profile result. Change profile. I think it's just reflect profile. Let me think about this. The problem is it changed the name here, but the name is also referenced here. Yeah, this is going to be harder to fix. I should add like a new name and have that in there instead. So new name should be copied from name when on reflect, I guess. Let's see if this will work. So that is on chat tabs. Chat tabs. Oh wait a minute, no, it's in new profile. dot 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 profile, and then chat tabs is an array. So it's going to be profile chat tabs map chat tab to something. And it'll be dot 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 chat tab, right? But then adding a key to it, which is new name, is chat tab name. I think that's what I want, right? And that has to be an object, so I need that extra set of parentheses. I think I am. That's what this change profile is doing. I think so. I'm not sure yet. It's been a while. Let's see if that gives me at least the new key that I want. Doc. Yeah, reload. You would do on blur and then do magic? I was just doing it on change, but either way would work, right? Since it's just going locally to Redux and back. If you did it with on blur, then I couldn't use a controlled component, but I'm using a controlled component in React. So the value that when it gets rendered, the value that it gets comes from Redux. So it has to be on every key press right now. Unless I put the state locally in React and not in Redux. Then the on blur could do the change in Redux, I guess. Okay, I knew it would crash, but I'm more interested in what I get if I look at the at the closure. Okay, this profile. Yeah, so it's there. I just need to use it instead of name, and then I need to, when we submit a change, I need to pick from new name, don't I? Yeah. Okay. So this, where it's name. Name is too much. Actually, here's where we're submitting it back, right? So this should be like name is chat tab new name. And then what we put in the input should be new name, not name. Where is that? Here it is. New name. What does this go to? Oh no, that should just be new name. What does that used to be? Yeah, it's just new name. Yeah. Okay. Try again. Hitting the store on every key letter is wasting user CPU. How much CPU does it waste to do a whole Redux state change loop? Because you're probably right. I'd want to measure that somehow. I guess I would do it with the tools, right? You can feel lag when you're typing if you hit the store too much. Because I haven't really seen much lag on my end. Yeah. Maybe I should put that, I don't know, does it deserve its own bug or does it deserve something bigger? Because that's sort of a I could put it in as a redesign thing. Labels. Redesign. So, use on blur instead of on change to update Redux in input elements from input elements. So using on change means using on change to update Redux means a whole Redux state update every key press, which certainly uses more CPU. It's better to keep it's better to control the input with React state then use on blur to submit the Redux state change. Or we might not even need to do it on blur, right? We can do it on form submit too. Problem you ran into when developing with Redux was taking a top-down with Redux instead of connectors, which resulted in lag, but not done Redux in a long time. I haven't been seeing a whole lot of Redux, but I recognize what Tamoz is saying. So, I don't know. I think it's a good point. I'll try it with the new stuff to use this and then and not make the problem worse. I think that's what I'll do. So with any new inputs, I'll try to use React State for on change, and then where is the point? Yeah, where is the point where it becomes a problem? I don't know. Different for everyone, probably, right? All right. Okay, so this no longer crashes, and it doesn't change that until I hit change, and then it didn't do the right thing at all. Let me see what the Redux state looks like as we're modifying it. So that's dialog, and it's session, new profile, chat tabs, right? So this will be something like that. Oh, probably changes using name and not new name. Yeah, okay. Oh, where's the point? I see. You got to use the exclamation mark, like Toulouse is saying, to get the point. Yes, thank you, Timos. Oh, the fuzziness there means the lighting for me is changing, so I need to adjust my camera's filter chroma key similarity setting. There we go. All right. The on submit, right? Add chat. No, not that one. This one. On submit profile change. Aha, we can do it here. If they're not equal, then let's construct a new one based off of this one. So this will be this dot. Hold on, chat tabs is an array, right? Cheating again and looking at it here. Yeah, it's an array. So this is profile chat tabs map. Chat tab, and then the name is the chat tab new name. All right, let's try it out. XABC. Let's actually look at session. I don't know why I'm opening this up. I don't really need to. Okay, that's weird. It's wigging out. Probably because of all these things. Anyway. Okay, that crashes. Interesting. All right, let's look at the closure. Profile. Oh, the selected one isn't changed. Oops. Where is that one actually set? Yeah, what sets it? Why is it never changed? Did I mess up? Why is this in the session reducer but never changed? You hit Redux on every image? Aha. Yeah. So yeah, if the Redux changes are when you're typing, no one's going to be able to be typing 400 characters per second, so I think I'm getting away with being lazy right now because it's not too fast, but you're right. If it was much faster than I'd want to collect them together into fewer numbers of actions, right? Yeah, why is this never actually set? I think this is obsolete. I think this is actually not used. So, because here it's React state. Is that, what's it set by? Okay, first of all, let's remove it from Redux. It's obviously not used there anymore. It's React local. Is it when it's re-rendered again, or what? Hold on. Yeah, what the heck? Oh, it's gonna have its previous state. You know, what would be better is just hold on to the index, wouldn't it? Then I wouldn't need to find it. Then I can just compare the index directly there. Yeah, why am I holding on to it by name? I don't know. This has the index. I could just, yeah, let's just fix this. This should be select the chat tab in panel, just make it the index. So it's null because it was null before if it was not selected. So I don't need to find anything. Actually, it's that I want, right? I want the word index there and there. And then here's where it's not, where the index is not used, so I'll use it. That is equal to index. And then we're deleting it, so we set it to zero, to set to null. And then here, it's selected if the index equals this index. And then I need to look for this one to update it. Okay, it's only one place, so it's set. Select the chat tab index in panel is index. All right. I think, yeah, this is one of the first panels I made when I was really new to React and Redux. So there's gonna be like weird issues with this. Cool. Okay, I think that fixed it. So you can type new stuff in here and you can hit reset. That's fine. Changed applies it. Okay, cool. I don't know if I need these toasts anymore. I've had those toasts in really early, and then I found better ways to do it so we didn't have annoying toast messages anymore. Okay, this bug was 122. So let's go to 122 and say, this is awaiting release. And the problem was, I'll just say poor design in React Redux state regarding dialogue, chat tab, regarding player profile information. I'm just going to say the workaround for now is, and then open up another bug to clean up. I guess it would be refactoring. I could do it on Thursday if I wanted to. The workaround for now is to add a separate field. Actually, I don't even know if I need this anymore. I probably don't. It is to separate the current and new names for a tab, and for the selected tab, keep track of the selected tab by index, not by name. All right, so we'll take that and put it into the commit. Format it a little. Fix bug 122, which is this. Commit. Oh, I didn't stage it. Ah, that's separate. Let's stage and then unstage that line. That is no longer in Redux state at all. Yes, that's to use. Actually, don't even know if I need that anymore. The key was in here to use by index, right? Do I want to look into taking out the new name crap? I'm gonna redesign the whole thing anyway. I'll open up another bug and reference it from in GitHub. Okay, so that's going in, and this is remove dead code. This variable was moved from Redux to React. All right. Git GC and push that, and let me remember it's 122 because I'm gonna make another one. New issue. So refactor React Redux state for player profiles editing. C issue number 122. Yes. What do I want to say about it? I don't think I submitted that comment. Thought I did. Oh, yeah, you're right. So observant. Comment. It's kind of cool that I can it remember that and I can go forward and I didn't lose that either. That's kind of cool. Wonder how GitHub does that. Yeah, GitHub saves it somewhere. That's nice of them. Okay, say issue 122. The problem is the shape of the Redux state has the current and new profile settings completely separate. So it's hard to mix them in React. Also, see issue number, the latest one, right? This one. Where we'd like to reduce the number of round trips with Redux, if we can. Okay, and this is a refactoring, I think. Or should I call it redesigning? I called it refactoring. I'm gonna call it refactoring because it's essentially not, well, I don't know. Actually, no, I'm not gonna call it refactoring. I'm gonna call it redesign because it's actually changing the design, not just cleaning it up. So this is redesign. All right. We'll do that some other time. Next. Yeah, they probably stash it somewhere in like local storage or a cookie or on the server side, right? I could do the same thing with API calls, right? I could be stashing stuff on the server if I want, or putting it in local storage or something. All right, key bind combination modifiers. Oh yeah, this is a simple one. This is that if you hit Control C, it thinks you're wanting to chat. So Like if you were interested in taking like this and hitting Control C, it opens the chat context. So we just need to ignore those keybinds if you're holding down a control key. Unless the control key is part of the keybind. So we'll do this next. This is in the middleware for the stage, right? Where it's like on key down, yeah. And we check for certain keys. Yeah, these actions here. I think we just shortcut it and say if e dot control. Actually, I don't remember. Is it control? Alt? I don't remember. So let me put a debugger here so I can see it real quick. For the debugger to work, I need to have that window open. All right, here we go. E. Okay, there's Alt key. Do I want to just do them all? Alt key, Control key. What if you hold down Shift? I think we'll ignore Shift. We'll look at Alt key, Control key, and there's also Meta key. I think all three of them, right? So if E dot Alt key or E dot how is it spelled? CTRL or E dot meta key, then return. There, simple. Dock and reload. Probably don't even need this. C works, Control C does not. And then I should be able to Control C some text, right? Yep, all right. Done. Easy peasy. So the problem was the stage middleware had an on key down, which disregarded Alt key, Control key, or Meta key. The solution is to ignore actions if any of these see and here is set on the key that was pressed. All right. I mean, not make the same mistakes. I'm trying to develop this new habit of doing these check-ins. Let me paste it there and then go back immediately here and mark it awaiting release and comment. And then it's 126. So I say fix bug number 126. Fix bug. Go back here and grab this text. This is like begging for a tool to automate this, isn't it? Something that'll do the git commit and the GitHub update at the same time. And then stage that and commit and push it. What about chicken? Chicken over steak? 30 days to remove or start a habit? I don't get that reference. Do you mean like it takes 30 days to change a habit? So so for me, would that be 30 bug reports, or really 30 days of doing bug fixes? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, never heard of that before. Chicken over steak. 30 days of bug reports and fixing. I see. Well, since I'm only doing it once a week, that'll be 30 weeks. More than half a year before I'll get that habit down, right? How much time do I got left? I got 15 minutes. Chat ignore list bugs out. You can ignore someone already ignored. Actually, that we can fix. That might actually be the reason why the ignore list bugs out, is that we can have duplicate entries there. That's here, right? I can have ABC, and then I can type ABC again, and then deletes them both. So really, this should only accept it if it's not already in the list. So we just did that, right, with the validation. Set custom validity, right, with an effect. So this is the same thing here, right? I will add a ref for that, for this one. Mike! Welcome, Mike and Principal and Raiders. How are you guys doing? I'm near the end of my stream, but I have a good 15 minutes left. How was your stream, Mike? For those who haven't been here before, I'm working on this game. That's what it looks like when you're not logged in. When you're logged in, it's like an Ultima kind of game from, you know, games that I played when I was growing up. I'm working on this bit by bit. Today is bug fixing. In the stream panels below, you'll see I've changed my stream format to be Mondays, it's game content. So yesterday I went in and added this starter town with a couple NPCs and a lot of empty rooms you can't open yet. And today is bug fixing, so I'm working on fixing this list of bugs. I've gotten down to, I've gotten these ones done and these ones yet to do. I only got 15 more minutes though, so I'll probably only get 1 or 2 more done. And then tomorrow I'll be working on new games, mechanics, and features. Thursday is refactoring, and Friday is user interface, sound, and graphics. So if you have any questions, let me know. You can join in this game now. There's not much you can do because there's not a whole lot of game content. But I'm working on this starter zone where you collect your first quests, get your first items, and they're on the way there. There's a little bit of a tutorial zone here, which is sewers. It's all lit right now because I don't have the lighting system in the game yet. Thanks for the follow. But you'll essentially appear here in the sewers, and you'll be able to see nearby you, but you'll have to explore out here in the dark to find the way around on these bridges, and to get out of the sewers. And on the way there, you'll be battling these slimes. These slimes don't attack you yet. You can fight them if you have a weapon, and they'll attack you back, and you can die, and you'll have to respawn and all that stuff. But I'll add more to this sewer. Basically, this is supposed to train you on what some of the game commands are that you can do, like what are the certain things that, like how combat works and that kind of thing, looting. Right now it's just a placeholder. We'll iterate on this some more, but I worked on this yesterday. Go through this sewer, you end up in this town here, and there's going to be more NPCs to talk to before you venture out the city gates here into the dangerous world outside. Yeah, this user interface is built mostly in React. Inside this red rectangle is a phaser canvas or WebGL canvas drawn by Phaser, the phaser.io, if you're interested in how to do this graphics part. This is all in React. The state for this front-end app is stored in Redux, which is another JavaScript library. So this is all in the browser. It's a multiplayer game though, so all of the how do I show this safely? Probably it would be best to show this window. And if I reload here, show you the network tab, all of the things that you see and what you can interact with are sent to a server, and the server is telling you what to draw and what happens in the game. So if I go over to this slime here, for example, and I go start to attack him, and I kill him, that was in the form of this attack request, and the game responds back that you swung and you hit, and the monster is dead, and then it tells the rendering engine to remove that sprite. So they're all JSON messages between this client and the server. The server is built in C++ mostly, but I have been putting the game logic in Lua because it's easy to change. You don't have to rebuild the server every time. Might be a bug. You did not receive a password reset mail. Did you get the email address right? Could be that it was wrong. And thanks, Mickey Maven. And let me give you a wave. If the password reset thing doesn't work, we can always make a new account, and I'll transfer over any points you might have had. There's not much you can get in the game right now, so it's the perfect time to have those problems. So, like, let's see if you had any points at all. You didn't. Okay, you had 1 point. So if we were to like delete this account and you create a new one, I'll just give you a point, and then we'll be back to normal. Password. Yeah. So, so if you want to, we can just wipe these accounts, create a new one, and then I'll just give you whatever points you had. You had a level 105 character. I see. Okay, have fun mowing the lawn, Mike. Yeah, I added doors. You can't open or close them. They just are open or closed right now. But we'll work on actions to open and close doors later. Delete it for you? Okay, so you had 1 point. Let me archive that in case things go horribly wrong, and then we'll delete it. And then you can recreate your account, and then I'll give you the point back. And then meme clear bombs, yeah, we'll have to restore your 105 levels. Well, thank you, Mike. Hope you enjoy the lawn mowing. Why not TypeScript? It's safe. Actually, TypeScript would have caught me on some of my bugs, but most of my bugs happen to be either game logic or problems using state in React and Redux. So really, TypeScript wouldn't have saved me a lot on those bugs. All right, so yeah, with the limited time I have left, I have like 10 minutes. I was going to look at one of these bugs. Oh, right, it was that you can ignore someone twice. So here's the bug. I can, oh, did you recreate your account? Okay, so let's unmask you. And then you should be able to link your account back and get your point back. Because it should have remembered your Twitch identity and the number of points you had. If it didn't, then I'll add a point for you. Actually, I can test that right now. No, so your point went with your old character. So now when you link your character, you get your point back here. I should give you a point for the trouble. There, now you have 2 points for the trouble. All right. Let me demonstrate the bug I had that I'm fixing now. You can tell the game that you want to ignore certain people. Let's say you don't like Bob. The problem is that you can ignore him twice, and it gets on your list twice, and then really confusing things happen, like if you delete one, it deletes both. So I was working on the logic in React here to find where you add a chat ignore. It shouldn't allow you to ignore it twice. Where do you link in Twitch? It's in this profile thing. There'll be a code here. So you just copy the clipboard and you paste it in Twitch chat, and then it'll just automatically link it up. And the only thing it's doing is it's taking it takes that code and associates it with your character, and then when you type it in Twitch chat, the Twitch bot says, "Oh, the only person who should know that code is this person for this character," and so it links the two. It says, "Okay, then now I know that the person in Twitch who has control over this character is this person," so it just connects the two together. So you're not giving away any personal info. This is a randomly generated string. It's just like it generates it randomly and only shows it to you, so that when you type it in Twitch chat, like you just did, no one else would have known that, and so the Twitch bot says, "Okay, you must be you," and it links your account. So now you show up with. Oh, that's the test environment. You show up with 2 points now. There we go. I don't know why the password reset wouldn't work, other than, I don't know, the email. I need to double check that the email system is still working. I haven't tested it in a while. The other thing might have just been misspelled. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's not going to let you do that, Toulouse. Actually, if you're not linked and you put in a random string, I think it'll say something like "could not find character" with that link. Yeah, it could have been that you didn't sign up with an email. The only reason to put the email in there right now is if you need to reset your password. I don't use the email for anything else. I don't even look at it. So we were talking about earlier that we might use email in the future to add some level of trust, because yesterday there were trolls, and one way of reducing the trolls and the spammers is to require email validation. But there are other couple of things we can do too, like the linking you just did sort of adds a level of trust, because now we know that that character is you in Twitch. So if you were to misbehave, I could theoretically ban you in Twitch, right? So that would deter spammers as well. So yeah, but right now we're not using the email for anything, but just in case you want to reset your password. Well, let me fix this problem with the chat ignore. So that's here, right? This add chat ignore. Yeah, we want to only allow this submit to go through if it's a unique name. So I think I'm going to use the validation stuff. So on this ref here. Okay, I think I was going to do it and I didn't do it because I have a ref set up that I'm not using. I think I intended to use it here, right? Do not implement a chat ignore, please. Why not? How will you have fun in my game? Don't offend people and they won't put you on their ignore list. You don't want people to know your embarrassing email? Well, it's only going to be you and the computer, and there's no reason for me to ever look at your email address. Like, even if I did something where I needed to send you an email, I would set it up in the GM screen where I would just have a button like send email, right? I would have it here, and I would just never see your email address. I think email addresses ought to be private, stay private, and only used as a mechanism to get you information. So, like, there's no reason for me to ever see your email address. I can just as easily put a feature in the game code to say, if I really need to send you an email, I'll just have a button saying send Mickey Maven an email, and then let the computer look up the email from the record and use it, and I would never need to even know what it is, right? So that's my philosophy. I don't want, see, I have the same thing with my kids. I don't want to know their passwords. I want them to know it. As long as like I have a parental control and I can like keep them from doing bad stuff, I don't need to know their password. They're the ones that need to know it. I guess the same thing with the email address. As long as I can get them an email, I don't care what they picked for their email address. That's between them and their email service provider, right? Okay. Although I probably shouldn't let them use naughty words. Yeah. They're just between you and machines, right? There's no reason for people to know them. Yes. Especially if you're going to store passwords in databases, never store it in the clear. You're never going to need to look at it, the actual value. It's only the machine that needs to know. And for a password, the machine doesn't even need to know what the original password is. You could hash it and compare the hash codes, right? Ignore him, I see. All right, let me fix this bug before I run out of time, all right? I'm going to do a check here. Yeah, similar to this, right? So if there is something in the ignore list, where is the ignore list? I forget how the shape of this is. Let's add a couple things first. So A, B, C, D, F, right? Let me look at what the shape of it is in Redux. So Redux state session profile, right? Hopefully this doesn't flash too much. Chat ignore. Oh, it's not in profile, it's in new profile. Yes, which is a design flaw. I already wrote a ticket for this. We should have it in one place. Chat ignore. Okay, so it's just a simple list. So I'm going to do if profile.chat ignore any, or is it some? Yeah, it's just some, right? Chat ignore where chat ignore equals the new chat ignore name ref. Oh no. Right, it's new chat ignore name. Then we use the ref, right? And we say current set custom validity. Whoa. That name is already on the list. Else, we're going to set it to empty string. That should fix that bug. And maybe I have enough time left to fix the other related bug. Actually, maybe not. Try to stick to my timing today. Okay, so ABC, name's already on the list. Cool. I can actually see if that fixes the other problem that I saw. Let me check in the fix first. You can ignore someone or yes, this one, 134. 1, 3, 4. So all of these issues, by the way, are in a public GitHub. So if you find an issue with my game or you have a suggestion, feel free to use the issue tracking for this repo to report bugs. That's what people have been doing, which is super nice. So this is now awaiting release. And we're going to say the problem was there was no input validation on the new chat ignore. Actually, there's more stuff I should do. The context menu isn't aware. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Hold on. I'm changing the wrong one. Or am I? It's sort of related to this. Okay, so I'm not actually done because it was more than that. It's more than that you can add it twice. It's that the context menu still shows it if you are already ignoring. Let's do this as... Okay, I fixed one part of this issue. There was a problem that there was no input validation on new chat. Oh, I wonder if through the context menu you can do it twice. That's the second part of the problem. Part of this issue. There was a problem that there was no input validation on the new chat ignore input element. Solution was to add input validation. There is still, actually let's verify that. There's still the problem that you can add to the ignore list the same, you can add same name to the ignore list twice via the context menu. Okay, so I did 1/2 of this bug. I forgot that there's also this context menu thing. Are there x86 or x64 based cell phones, or are they mostly ARM based? I thought there were some Intel based cell phones out there, but yeah, I knew it because Android had a x86, x64 port, but I don't know about which brands would have that. How do games get ported to cell phones? Depends on the game engine. If it's a game engine that natively supports the different cell phones, then you don't have to do anything. You just run their build tool like Unity. You can just say build for Android, build for iOS, and it just works, right? If it's not on a game engine, you might have to port some of the lower level parts, like some of the libraries you use. Like I'm using React, right? To make it run really well on a phone, I probably want to port to React Native or something like that, right? Actually, wasn't the x86 added for Android mostly at first so that people could emulate it in the debugger? Is that true? And then maybe they actually had added x86 phones later. And also, people wanted to run Android as an alternative OS for their desktop, right? Those weird people. Actually, if I can... Okay, okay. Let me craft the commit here and say this partially fix bug number 134, and then I was going to copy from here. Actually, let's just copy the whole thing. And we'll stage and commit that. I still have to fix the other problem, right? So git push that. Let me make sure this is still, yeah. I can do that and then change it, right? Oh, that's weird. Oh, right. It clears it if they don't exist. So I have to actually pick users who exist. So who are some users who exist? Bob and Carol. Okay. Bob and Carol. Change. Right, and Carol's masked, so Carol is actually player 6, which makes sense. So I need to have like Bob log in and say something. Can I do that with another incognito window, or is that going to get me all screwed up? Actually, I'll do it with a Firefox incognito window. Private, they call it a private window. localhost. Bob chickens. So let's say Bob says something. Hello. Oh, we're already ignoring him. I need to delete it. And then he'll say hello. And it shows up, right? And then I say ignore Bob. And then the problem is I can do ignore Bob again, right? It didn't show up on the list twice, though, but it did an unnecessary profile change. I think all we need to do is just block this from showing the ignore if we're already ignoring them. Okay, have fun, Skizzers. I'm almost done too. True private windows which don't share cookies you'll find only in Safari. Yeah, I've had problems with the incognito window. It like shares its local storage with every other incognito window. It's kind of... Oh, what happened to uptime? Is stream elements down? Oh, it was just lagged. Yep, past the 4-hour mark. Most games are in a higher level language you can then compile for a device. Yeah, if the game like is really high level like Java or C#, that makes it a lot easier. If you have elements at the low level like C code, you'll at least have to compile it for the different processor architecture, right? Whether it's ARM or x86. And if you have like parts of your game that have been optimized in the assembly language, then you might have to rewrite it for the different architecture yourself. But mostly you need to port I/O stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like OpenGL-ES instead of OpenGL. Actually, those two are pretty close. It's possible to write OpenGL code that's directly runnable on OpenGL-ES. The only thing that really changes is the way you get access to the graphics context, I found out. Yeah, exactly. Android's input system, touch support, it's all different. So you would just change your UI. You'd have the UI part be a separate library that you could have different alternatives for. One for Android, one for iOS, that kind of thing. All right, let me finish this. I think what I do is we have access to the ignore list, so let's find out where I do that context menu stuff. That's in the chat window, right? Chat? Was it here? I think it was. There was another thing. We only want to enable it if it's not from ourself, right? Yeah. Sender is not us. Or we are sending it and the target is not us. Because we can theoretically send to ourselves, right? Then make a context menu. Actually, it's inside this context menu that I gotta look at things, right? Is it format chat? I can't remember. Trigger goes with the menu. It's actually the menu part I need to go find. Where is the menu? Yeah, this is using React context menu, which is another library I'm not too familiar with. So it goes in pairs. There's a context menu trigger, and then there's the menu itself. I can't remember where that's drawn. Is it format chat that draws it? No. Somewhere else. It's this ID, though. We have to find that ID. Oh, here it is. Right, so if we have mod options, it's to ignore and report. So this ignore is going to be optional too, right? So we have them ignored or not. So let's pull out the ignore list as a prop. Chat ignore. Chat ignore is state session profile chat ignore, right? And then we'll say only add this. So this is now optional also. Only if chat ignore. If not, chat ignore some chat. This would be a name. Where name is... Actually, I can just make this, take that negative off right here. let's just do all positive logic here. If name is equal to the data chat subject, then that means they are ignored, and so we would not want to have the option to ignore them again, so it would be a null. Otherwise, it's a menu option. A menu item to ignore them, right? Alright, let's see what that does. It does not compile because data is not defined on line 46. Oh yeah. Where do we get the... Oh, we don't. Oh, that's interesting. How do I make this work then? I don't get it until we click. Well, there's subject... Okay, I can get it outside here, right? Actually, why did I get the subject from data in the first place if I have it out here as trigger chat subject? I don't know why I did that. Yeah, this should just be trigger chat subject, right? All right, now Bob. We need to just say something, Bob. Actually, we need to not be ignoring him at first, because if we're ignoring him at first, we'll never see the message. So here's Bob, right? Hi. Ignore once, and now we can't ignore a second time. We can still whisper. Should I just remove the whisper? I might want to still report Bob for what he said. Let's remove... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't notice that. You can... Oh, I hit that and I meant to hit cancel, that's why. Okay, never mind. I should use the same thing for... What was it? I already forgot. Whisper. Where's Whisper? Where's Whisper? How come I'm not seeing Whisper? Oh, is it? No, it's not here. Oh, it's right here. I just didn't see it. Okay, so we're making this optional again as well. Let's take this out, actually, and we'll make that a constant. Ignored. Or is ignored, right? And then we can just say is ignored here, and then I can kind of repeat this. And then say only if it's not ignored, do that. Oops. Like that. 31 Celsius? That doesn't sound cool to me, Joe Mega. How are you doing? I'm finishing up a bug, and then I'm going to be out of here. Been working on bugs today. Yeah, the bug right now is that you can ignore someone twice. So let's unignore Bob. See if I fix this. So Bob will say something like, hi. Oh, I forgot to hit change. Try again, Bob. Now you're not being ignored. So I can ignore them. They're added to the ignore list. And now the only thing I can do is report them. Which makes sense, right? So I'm going to call this one fixed. All right, so I fix the other part. Issue. The problem was the ignore whisper options disregarded whether or not the subject was being ignored. Solution is to not provide the ignore whisper options if the subject is ignored. All right, so let's say that it's awaiting release, comment, and then we're going to put that into the git commit, and then I'm going to have to end my stream because I am hungry. Need to go eat something, and then get energy back because I am low on energy. Okay, so that's... Let's say that this is all we need to put in the commit, right? And we'll say fix the rest of bug 134. And then on the second, and the body, I'd like to put the title here. Stage that, let me double check. Chat ignore is pulled from the profile. We see if they're ignored. And this is when the menu is generated. So yeah, I don't think I need this data. I should go back and look at that at some point. Because we already knew the chat subject. It was in the trigger. I don't know. I think I just wasn't understanding how to use that context menu thing. All right, anyway, commit that. Get GC, get push. Hey there, Liquidor. I've been fixing a lot of bugs today, Liquidor. We fixed a good number of them. We fixed all of these. Oh, except for this one. Let me move this one down. So these ones all got fixed. These ones I didn't get to today. Yeah, you saw notifications? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon, Liquidor. That sucks. Well, I've been fixing some of your bugs, I'm sure. A lot of these might have been yours. I got 2/3 of them done. Yeah, I felt like when I was making this list last night, I'm like, I probably won't get to all these, but I'd rather have extras that I can do later than run out of things to do. Let me put a marker here to remind me. This actually might have been fixed by fixing this, but I'm not sure. Also, we ended up fixing this, didn't we? This, no, you can still do this /W. So I'll consider that not fixed yet. Yes. Yep, okay. So these are the ones I got to. These are the ones I'll either do later or I'll do next week. And that'll be it for me. So tomorrow I'll be working on new features or mechanics. So I'm not sure yet what that will mean, but I think I would like to put in some of the things I could have used. Let's log this out. I could have used before. Where is it? When I was building this. So some of the things that I'd probably like to add, like in this painting here, it always, like if I wanted to put a tombstone on the ground, if I just click there, it actually makes the tombstone the ground, which is inconvenient. One thing I'd like to do is be able to hold shift and click, and it would put a tile on top of the ground. So that's I probably want to work on stuff like that. Things that'll make the game content creation go a little bit more smoothly. So another example would be when I want to edit someone's dialogue right now, I have to figure out, well, what is Bill's dialogue? It is, you know, it's in here somewhere. It's in the NPC here. It's 8285, and so I could get to it by the name here, but it'd be cool if I was looking at an NPC that had a dialogue. There was like go to dialogue, kind of like I had this go select for the position. So more context-sensitive actions for components to make it easier for me to do world building. When I had a depth field you can change before clicking, that's a good idea too. In fact, that's maybe one way I would do it. Instead of having shift, I would have somewhere here like new depth. I still think I want to do a shift because sometimes I'll be painting and then I'll be wanting to do shift and then click something else. I don't know. It's a good idea though. I'll give you a point for that. I haven't used my notes all day. There, I've used it. Yeah, so I'm going to be working on stuff like that tomorrow. Things that will they either be mechanics in the game or mechanics for me to make the game. And let me just fix this right here. There we go. No more tombstone. Yeah, I don't like having to manually edit this. This is last resort if I have to go in here and look or edit things. So, like for example, like I can take out the X and Y coordinates and put them here, right? I could make more columns to this. If an entity has a position, why not show its coordinates? And maybe even have a button up here to go to that entity, right? So, stuff like that. Hey there, A squared. I'm about to leave, I'm sorry to say, but welcome. Just explaining what I was probably going to work on tomorrow. Today was a lot of bug fixing. And if you haven't seen this yet, if you're coming in late, this is a game I'm working on that I'll be back to work on this tomorrow. In the stream panels below, you'll see the different
aspects of the game I work on. So, like for example, if you care more about refactoring, tune in on Thursday. If you want to see more like user interface, graphics, sound stuff, that's Friday. And thanks for the follow, by the way. Liquidor says I make an input that indicates the depth for when you click add new sprites. Yeah, that's how I interpreted your last thing. So let me take your comment and just add it here. That's what I was interpreting it to mean. Yeah. So stuff to make it easier for me to change things quickly in the world. So I'll probably be working on that and maybe some game systems as well. Because game systems qualifies for Wednesday work right now. So anyway, I'm going to head out and check my schedule below in your local time zone. For me, it's 10 a.m. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And let me go find someone to raid. Let's see. Let's see who's streaming right now. Okay. I see you, Toulouse. Thank you for all your help. Toulouse is like one of the best spotters for typos and misspellings and other bugs. I'm very impressed. See you, Jomega. We haven't rated Grim in a while. He is a open source programmer. He's one of the developers of Pigeon, which is a instant messenger client, a really old one. Maybe we'll rate him. He's on his 3rd hour. Today he's working on HG Keeper. Looks like it has to do with Mercurial, which is an alternative to Git, but I'm not sure. Usually when I see HG, it means Mercurial. Oh, I don't know. Let's go find out. I'm gonna raid Grim. All right, here I am hitting the button. Pigeon, yeah. I don't know if that's how it's spelled. Hopefully I'm getting the name right. I think that's what I think that's the chat client that he's a developer on. Anyway, let me get this set up to go. Here, where's my window? There it is. Okay. So, thank you very much, and I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Bye.